Stone and clay settle into cool patterns. The city breathes in a slow rhythm, as if the foundations themselves were breathing. Streets run like measured thoughts, some narrow and private, others wide and open, each holding steps that repeat with patient regularity. Walls rise and fall in gentle curves, enclosing courtyards where light pools quietly. Houses cluster along alleys and lanes, their thresholds aligned with the steady cadence of daily comings and goings. The air holds faint echoes of footfalls, the occasional call, the rustle of woven mats, all part of a calm, unhurried life that moves forward in reliable loops and small, repeated gestures. At the heart of the settlement, a thoroughfare unfolds, wide and smooth, worn by generations of passage. It carries the slow, everyday traffic of traders with balanced loads, of children walking unafraid between doors, of neighbors exchanging brief words and small gifts. Buildings open toward it with modest courtyards, places where water is set to cool during the heat and where lamps are lit at dusk. The thoroughfare is a spine of predictable motion, a place where time seems to keep its own soft counting, and where the rhythm of the city is easiest to hear and to follow. Walls stand in patient lines, their bricks laid in rows that mirror breaths. They are not only protection, but also a kind of memory. Each stone remembering hands that set it, each seam holding small stories of weather and touch. The outer wall embraces the city like a slow, sure boundary, while inner walls mark off gardens, storehouses, and private rooms. Gates open at appointed times, allowing a measured flow between city and fields. In a low, continuous way, these walls organize life, giving shape to movement and privacy, guiding the steps of its people as gently as a hand laid on a sleeping brow. Houses gather close to one another, their shared walls suggesting both economy and quiet companionship. Roofs are flat and accessible, places where laundry dries in orderly rows and where night air cools the day's warmth. Courtyards inside houses contain a central hearth, a place for small fires that are tended with steady hands. These inner spaces receive the daily rituals of cooking and mending, of weaving and careful conversation. The houses are arranged to let light enter at certain hours, to shelter from the prevailing winds, and to keep the sound of the street at a soft distance, so that home feels like a room breathing gently within the city's larger lung. The relationship between private dwellings and public spaces is like a measured exchange. Narrow lanes lead to small squares where a child's game might unfold and where an elderly neighbor might rest on a low bench. Public fountains or water basins stand as subtle centers, their surfaces reflecting sky and stone, enabling brief pauses in the steady motion of day. These shared places are neither loud nor showy. They are practical stages where daily needs are met, and where, in quiet ways, people acknowledge one another, passing along small pieces of news or help, maintaining a soft social fabric that holds the settlement together. Markets form patterns of gentle repetition at certain places and times. Stalls are set with care, their goods arranged in predictable order: bundles of grain, baskets of fruit, strings of dried fish, clay vessels stacked like calm moons. Merchants move with practiced gestures, wrapping wares, weighing with simple balances, calling to familiar faces in a voice pitched with routine rather than urgency. The market is not a place of frenzy, but of steady exchange, a space where provision flows from producer to household in an economy that values rhythm and reliability over sudden change. The soundscape of the city is soft and layered. There is the low murmur of conversation, the distant song of someone at work, the clink of a tool at the edge of a courtyard. Domestic animals contribute gentle notes, the steady chewing of a goat, the soft clucking of hens, the occasional hooves of a donkey passing through. These sounds are not interruptions, but part of a composite lullaby that accompanies daily life. Over time, they form a pattern that the city recognizes, a soothing, ever-present accompaniment that marks the passing of hours, like a slow, natural clock. Narrow lanes wind between houses, sometimes opening into slightly larger courts, sometimes closing in on themselves with an intimacy that feels private and secure. These lanes are shaded at midday and cool at night. They collect the soft scents of cooking bread and of damp earth. Day after day, feet follow similar tracks, even the most ordinary journeys, fetching water, visiting a neighbor, carrying a small load, become threads in a vast tapestry of routine. There is comfort in this predictability. The repetition of paths and actions gives a sense of order and continuity, like a repeated melody that becomes ever more familiar with each passing verse. On the outskirts, where the city meets the fields, houses give way to storehouses and simple workshops. This edge is quieter, with longer distances between dwellings and a slower pace to movement. Fields stretch beyond in flat patterns, crossed by canals and small embankments. The city's layout here is practical and patient, designed to allow goods and labor to move with ease between town and soil. The border between urban space and cultivated land is soft rather than abrupt, a zone where the rhythms of harvest and household needs overlap in a calm, reliable cycle. Gateways are points of measured transition. They stand as places where the inner calm of the city meets the broader landscape. Caravans pause, animals shift their burdens, and there is a brief, deliberate reorganization of goods and people. Yet even these moments of movement are unhurried. There is time to adjust, to rest, to trade small items, and then to continue. Gates are managed with quiet diligence, and the comings and goings follow schedules that most citizens could predict if they were to listen closely. Each passage through a gate feels like a short, deliberate turning of a page. Public buildings hold their own steady presence. Administrative rooms are small and neat, with tables and seats for those who attend to civic matters. Storehouses cluster in pragmatic rows, their doors kept shut against dust and heat, their interiors cool and dim. Workshops have fixed places and fixed hours, each trade occupying a well-known corner of the city. Temples and shrines rise with a soft dignity, their courtyards kept orderly, their altars prepared with quiet care. In every public space, function and form work together to create an atmosphere of dependable order that supports the flow of everyday life. The city's planners, whether named as officials or simply forming a tradition, worked with a deep sense of proportion. Streets were aligned to catch prevailing breezes, houses were built to make best use of sunlight, and walls were thick where needed for shade and thin where light was desired. The result is a city that seems to know itself, that has grown in such a way that passageways and homes, fields and storehouses all fit together in tolerably gentle harmony. This harmony is not forced, but arises from long practice, from repeated adjustments made with patience over many seasons. At certain corners, small gardens bring a private green into urban life. Potted plants and low beds grow herbs for cooking. Fig saplings provide modest shade, and vines climb trellises with quiet persistence. These small plots are tended carefully, watered in the early morning or late evening when the sun has softened, and their presence adds a slow, living breath to stone and clay. Each garden is a place for brief contemplation and for practical production, a place where home and nature meet in small, cultivated ways that soothe the senses. The color palette of the city is muted and steady. Earth tones dominate: warm sands, ochres, the muted reds of baked clay, the soft white of lime on interior walls. Fabrics and pottery provide occasional, gentle accents: subdued blues, faded greens, and sun-softened dyes that have been made by hands practiced in modest restraint. These colors are not startling. They blend into the daily scene as comfortable companions, like familiar garments that fit well and feel calming to wear. The subdued tones help maintain a mood of quiet stability across the urban landscape. Lighting is planned with calm attention. Lamps of oil or fat are placed in predictable spots, in niches near thresholds, on low stands in courtyards, and along main lanes in the darker hours. Their flames are small and steady, casting a warm, inviting glow rather than stark brightness. At night, the city transforms into a pattern of softly lit pockets, each a small world of quiet activity or rest. The gentle light makes movement slower and more deliberate, encouraging a pace that is restful and reflective rather than hurried. Children move through the city with a particular ease, their steps natural and unforced. They play in small groups in shaded squares, inventing simple games that echo the city's rhythms. Their laughter is restrained and easy, blending with the other sounds in a way that feels like another soothing layer. The presence of the young is a comfort. They carry forward small daily learnings about where to walk, how to fetch water, how to greet an elder. In their play, they absorb the city's order gently, as if it were an unspoken lesson transmitted without haste. Water is a patient companion to the city. Canals and channels run with a steady, measured presence, their surfaces catching the light. Fountains and public basins offer points of pause where tradesmen and homemakers alike come to draw, to wash, to rest for a moment. The handling of water is careful and practiced. Bucketfuls are carried in balanced rhythm. Vessels are set near thresholds for quick access, and the maintenance of channels is a slow, communal task. The flow of water shapes the pace of life with soft insistence, reminding everyone of cycles that move beyond any single day. Animals inhabit the city with quiet cooperation. Donkeys carry loads with patient strength, their steps punctuating long moves between storehouses and markets. Goats and sheep are tethered close to certain dwellings, providing milk and wool in small, regular measures. Even the birds in courtyards seem at ease, adding soft wings to the city's quiet orchestra. The presence of animals is integrated into the domestic order so naturally that their routines become woven into human routines, a shared rhythm of care and response that requires neither haste nor grand effort. At dawn, the city wakes in stages. The first light slips along narrow lanes, and in that gentle hour, some citizens rise to tend small fires for bread or porridge. Others fetch water, sweep doorsteps, or sweep dust from thresholds with long-handled brooms. There is a softness to these tasks, carried out in a way that conserves energy and honors the slow return of day. As the sun climbs, movement becomes steadier, and more purposeful, yet never hurried, as if the entire urban body prefers to move in a measured tempo that allows respiration between each action. Midday offers a natural pause. People retreat to shaded spaces, whether under the shelter of a veranda or inside the cool of a hearth room, and tasks slow in deference to heat. Meals are taken with modest ceremony, often in small groups or alone, and the quiet of this time is part of the city's own method for pacing life. Craftsmen rest briefly from their labors. Merchants check their scales once more. Children nap or read aloud simple stories. These pauses are woven into daily patterns and are essential to the city's long-term endurance, providing moments of restoration between cycles of activity. Afternoon brings a renewed steadiness. Work resumes with a sense of completion rather than urgency. Carriers make their last rounds to ensure that storehouses are properly stocked and that household provisions are in place. Small repairs are attended to. A loose tile is reset, a door hinge gets a drop of oil, a woven basket is mended with patient stitches. These acts are quiet and incremental, the kind of care that, over time, prevents greater need and keeps the city functioning with gentle reliability. There is pride in such attentive maintenance, an understanding that steadiness ensures comfort. Evening is a time of soft gathering. Families assemble in their courtyards, sharing simple meals and conversations that move slowly and without haste. Lamps are lit in predictable places, casting long shadows that deepen the sense of enclosure and intimacy. Doors are secured with modest locks or ties, not out of fear, but as part of a practiced order that honors rest. The city's pace lowers naturally, and with each passing hour, fewer footsteps cross the lanes. The hush of night settles like a blanket, and the small personal rituals of preparation for sleep unfold with quiet dignity. Throughout the city, doors and thresholds mark transitions that are performed with gentle ceremony. Doors are opened thoughtfully, sometimes with a brief nod to a passing neighbor, sometimes silently. Cushioned mats are laid inside, and personal belongings are arranged to be easily found in the morning. These small acts of organization are calming in themselves, giving each household a sense of readiness and peace. The care taken at these borders between inside and outside, public and private, helps create a collective atmosphere of serenity that permeates the urban life. Paths between houses are sometimes covered with simple canopies or trellises that provide shade and a sense of shared shelter. Under these coverings, neighbors might leave utensils to dry or strings of herbs to hang and cure. The shared use of space is quiet and respectful, an unspoken agreement that recognizes both individual needs and communal harmony. These small shared acts of maintenance and cooperation strengthen the social fabric in subtle ways, reminding each resident that the city's well-being is a shared endeavor, practiced softly, day by day. Shop fronts and workshop entrances open directly onto the lanes, their tools and goods arranged with modest order. Potters set their wares in neat rows. Blacksmiths lay tools in careful alignment, and carpenters stack planks in measured piles. The routine of each craft is visible in these ordered displays, and the regularity of production lends the whole city a sense of predictability. Buyers and craftsmen meet with polite familiarity, negotiating tasks and times with measured voices. The daily exchange of work and goods occurs like a well-rehearsed dance, each step known and quietly repeated, The grain stores and granaries that sit near the center of town are places of steady motion and quiet diligence. Sacks are stacked with care, inventory is noted in simple lists, and measures of grain are weighed when needed for rationing or sale. The handling of staples is done with deliberate care, as though each grain were a small, precious unit that sustains the wider community. These stores are tended by people who take pride in careful counting, in the neat arrangement of space, and in the slow discipline that prevents waste and ensures supply through the seasons. Craftsmen follow rhythms that are both methodical and creative. A potter's hands form familiar shapes, repeatedly making cups and bowls with a practiced ease that comes from repetition. Metalworkers heat and shape metal with attention to steady timing, watching the glow and listening for changes in the metal's voice. Carpenters measure, cut, and fit with a quiet humility before the grain and the wood. Each craft recognizes limits and possibilities, and the calm tempo of labor results in well-made objects that fit into life with unobtrusive usefulness. There is pride in this competence, expressed in unobtrusive ways. The city's sound includes the gentle ordering of daily chores. Buckets are set down carefully. The sound of a sweep is soft and far from abrupt, and the routine of opening and closing shutters adds a rhythmic layer. Even disagreements, when they arise, are usually expressed in hushed tones and resolved through calm bargaining. People have learned to value steadiness, to prefer small reconciliations to loud disputes. This preference helps keep the urban atmosphere at an even tenor, where conflict rarely rises to a disruptive peak, and where repair of relationships is practiced with gentle persistence. Shared meals reinforce communal ties with modest ceremonies. Ingredients are combined in routine ways, recipes repeated and refined over long familiarity. Food is served in simple bowls, and portions are measured with cumulative fairness. Eating together is a time for low conversation, for passing along small memories and practical advice. The rhythm of mealtime is unhurried, and the careful division of labor in preparing and serving contributes to a sense of shared responsibility. In such ways, the city's social structures are nourished as naturally as bodies are fed. Labor is organized around predictable schedules, not sudden demands. People know their duties and the times when they will be called upon, and this knowledge creates a calming predictability. Officials and overseers move through their own daily routines with steady attention, checking records, making small notes, and ensuring that stores are accounted for. The work of administration is quiet and methodical, less about grand decrees, and more about faithful observation and careful management. This steady governance contributes to the city's ability to function without strain. Beyond immediate needs, the city carries a sense of long-term stewardship. Roofs are repaired before they leak. Canals are cleared in anticipation of seasonal rains. Storehouses are inspected well ahead of leaner months. These acts of foresight are not dramatic, but practical. Small investments of time and labor that protect the whole community. The people who perform these tasks do so with a sense of gentle responsibility, aware that steady attention now will prevent disorder later. This patient foresight is one of the city's most reassuring qualities. The arrangement of houses often follows extended family lines, with elder relatives living close and children growing up with familiar neighbors. This proximity creates subtle networks of care. Someone to watch over a pot on a fire, while another fetches water. Someone to assist a neighbor with a load when needed. Someone to offer counsel in quiet moments. The city's social map is composed of overlapping small responsibilities and mutual, understated vigilance. These connections are steady and dependable, knitted together by countless small acts of neighborly attention. Materials and supplies move through the city in calm cycles. Clay and reeds arrive to replenish the potter's stock. Grain is brought from fields and distributed to stores. Wood is gathered for construction and repair. Each resource has its own predictable pathway, and the people who handle them know each step well. There is a measured choreography to these movements, where each actor knows where to stand and when to act. The result is an ongoing flow that sustains daily life in a manner that feels natural and unforced. Small rituals of cleaning and order are practiced with gentle regularity. Floors are swept and smoothed, containers are wiped and stacked, and garments are aired and folded. These acts are not obsessive, but are done with a calm appreciation for clarity and readiness. To maintain surroundings in such a manner is to cultivate a tranquil state of mind. The physical neatness mirrors an inner economy of attention that keeps worry at bay. The city's well-kept spaces feel like a soft invitation to slow thought and easy breathing. In the evening, voice is lower and movement slows, while lamps are arranged to provide just enough light. People engage in softer tasks, stringing beads, mending fabric, telling simple tales in measured tones. The rhythm of handwork and quiet speech flows gently until it dwindles. Even the pattern of breathing seems to match the city's decreased tempo, as if stone and clay have learned to exhale with the setting sun. This collective wind down is unremarkable and steady, a nightly practice that prepares everyone for rest. Those who guard the city keep their watch with calm focus. Their steps are steady, their observations practiced rather than anxious. They move along known routes, pausing briefly at points of note, listening to the gentle sounds of night. Their presence is reassuring more than imposing, a quiet promise that routine is maintained and that life can continue undisturbed. They return to their posts with the same predictability that defines much of urban life, a slow and reliable cycle of attention and release. The city's public spaces are kept intentionally spare and uncluttered. Benches and low walls offer places to sit and reflect, and small alcoves provide shade and privacy. These spaces are used for brief gatherings or solitary thought, and their design encourages slow contemplation. People who occupy them often do so with quiet purpose, exchanging few words or simply sitting in companionable silence. The calm geometry of such places supports an overall mood of thoughtfulness and restfulness throughout the settlement. Paths are cleared of obstruction, not as a dramatic gesture, but as routine care. The trimming of overhanging branches, the resetting of a loose cobblestone, the gentle smoothing of a sandy patch. These small repairs are made without fanfare and contribute to comfortable passage. Such attention preserves the city's habit of movement, enabling people to walk with ease and without worry. The cumulative effect of these small acts is considerable. When each obstruction is removed, the city's rhythm flows more smoothly and life proceeds more gently. In quiet corners, elders sit with small objects that connect them to memory. A pot once made by a parent, a smooth pebble from a childhood path, a cloth dyed in a soft, familiar pattern. They handle these things with slow care, recalling small details of place and time without urgency. Their retellings are gentle and unhurried, given as quiet instruction rather than spectacle. Through such memories, the city learns its past in a manner that is unforced and steady, allowing the present to rest on a foundation of remembered continuity. Even the ways people greet one another are measured and calm. A brief nod, a soft word, the exchange of a small item, these actions convey warmth without intrusion. Greetings are repeated in predictable forms, making interactions peaceful and easy. There is an economy of gesture that keeps social encounters smooth and reassuring, reducing friction and promoting trust. Over time, these simple courtesies build a reliable atmosphere of civility that permeates daily life, allowing the community to function with a tranquil steadiness. The city's slow pace is not indifference, but an intentional shaping of time. Careful planning and patient habits allow people to act without haste, to think without being rushed, and to respond with a measure of kindness. This shaping is reflected in the arrangement of buildings and in the order of tasks, in lamp placements, and in the worn paths that mark habitual movement. In such a place, life proceeds like a long, steady breath, slow, repeated, and comforting, inviting quiet reflection in every small, habitual act. Streets and alleys retain a dignified modesty. They are not extravagant, but are made for enduring use. Their widths and turns are calibrated to allow animal and pedestrian movement, to provide shelter from wind and sun, and to create spaces that are both private and available. The stonework and paving show the marks of many hands, each contributing to a stable surface upon which life unfolds. This modesty, repeated across the city, shapes an environment that feels safe and reliable, a setting where one can rest within the ordinary order of days. Daily life in such a city is filled with small promises kept. Water is usually where it is expected, food arrives in time, and neighbors tend to one another's needs without dramatic displays. These small assurances accumulate, creating a broad, enduring trust that forms the backbone of urban living. People plan with the knowledge that others will likely fulfill their small duties, and this knowledge allows each person to live with less worry and more ease. It is a collective economy of quiet reciprocity that maintains peace and supports the slow unfolding of each day. Markets close with the same calm order in which they opened. Goods are folded away, stalls are swept, and pottery is stacked in rows that will be easy to resume the next morning. Merchants tie bundles in practiced knots and secure their wares for the night. The closing is a ritual of preparedness, a measured act that signals the city's readiness to rest and to rise again. The steady symmetry between opening and closing contributes to the city's sense of predictability, smoothing the edges of daily life. In every household, there is a pattern of small counts and checks. Pots are inventoried, threads are sorted by length, and food is portioned in quiet calculations. These acts are done with a gentle math, not for the sake of accounting alone, but to maintain a form of domestic calm. Knowing what one has and where it is stored reduces friction and frees the mind for gentler concerns. Over time, this practice of careful tending becomes part of a household's personality, reflected in the calm order of drawers, shelves, and storerooms. The city grows slowly and deliberately, its expansion guided by pragmatic needs rather than sudden impulses. New houses arise near old ones, following patterns of kinship and craft. Open spaces are kept where natural ventilation and light are required. Each addition is integrated with an eye toward balance, ensuring that new structures do not disturb the city's prevailing sense of proportion. This patient growth allows inhabitants to adapt gradually, preserving the continuity of life and maintaining the tranquil pace that defines everyday existence. Nightfall brings a hush that deepens the sense of continuity. The city settles into a pattern of rest, with occasional movements that are deliberate and slow. Lamps burn low, doors are secured, and the last tasks of the day are completed in quiet concentration. The city's architecture and routines encourage a peaceful night, where each household tends to small rituals of comfort and where the overall tempo of life is assuredly calm. The hush is not sterile, but filled with the quiet warmth of lives that have been carefully lived and gently attended. In the early hours before dawn, the city is at its most contemplative. A few lights glow, some workers begin necessary shifts, and the cool air carries the promise of a new day. This hour is reserved for thoughtful tasks, for those small labors that require steady hands and unhurried focus. It is a time for checking stores and making gentle preparations, for ensuring that the slow rhythms of urban life will resume with the predictable grace that has been preserved across many dawns. Paths and lanes continue to knit the city together in an unending pattern. Even as individual lives rise and fall within this setting, the city's layout remains a steady presence, unchanged in its essential geometry, adaptable in its small details. The arrangement of houses, the measured width of streets, the placement of public spaces, and the calm ordering of craft and trade all contribute to a living environment that supports rest, work, and gentle companionship. This constancy is the city's quiet gift, a stable frame for the ordinary miracle of everyday life. The palace stands with cool stone and sun-warmed courtyards, a network of rooms opening into quiet halls. Within these halls, there is a measured pace that carries from one place to another, a calm procession of small tasks that fit together like a quiet clock. Officials move with gentle purpose, carrying tablets and bundles, pausing to read, to sign, to press a seal into soft clay. Their movements are repeated each day, small rituals of care that keep the household steady. The sound of a stylus on clay becomes a soft metronome, the shuffle of sandals on flagstones, a steady beat, and the duties unwind with the slow certainty of water finding its channel. A ledger rests on a low table, its clay tablets arranged like stepping stones across a shallow pool of business. Lists are written and rewritten, names and quantities aligned in neat columns, calculations made with careful strokes. The lists map the life of the palace, the comings and goings of grain and oil, of textiles and livestock. Each entry carries its own quiet authority. An official reads aloud in a level voice, confirming numbers, nodding with the patient steadiness of someone who has done this many seasons. The repetition is gentle. The lists are ways of remembering, like rows of planted seeds that promise a future harvest. Storehouses lie beyond the inner courts, cool and hushed, with doors that close against heat and dust. Inside, rows of jars and sacks rest on packed earth, each marked with the sign of its keeper. Inventory is taken regularly, a slow counting that aligns possession with record. Men and women move among the containers, noting weight settling lids, turning the earthenware until clay meets clay in soft acknowledgement. They write the results on small tablets and hand them forward. The work is not hurried. It is a patient tending, like tending a garden of provision, where each supply is named and cared for, where abundance and need are balanced by steady attention. The stewards keep a calm hand at the center of provision, matching lists to storehouses, sending messengers to gather what is needed and receiving what arrives. They sit with tablets before them, compare marks and seals, consult columns of numbers, and approve the release of sacks and jars. Their handwriting is precise, practiced by repeated motion. They wear no hurry. Their focus is on continuity, ensuring that the meals of the palace and the wages of workers and the offerings for the temple are all present when called for. Their voice, when used, is measured and low, like the low toll of a distant bell. Seals rest on strings of cord, small impressions that speak more quietly than any proclamation. When a seal is pressed into damp clay, it affirms a transfer, a contract, a receipt. The seal is a mark of trust. Officials examine these impressions with careful eyes, comparing one curve to another, ensuring that the sign belongs to the hand that claims it. There is a ritual in this verification, an almost ceremonial certainty that binds a person to a promise. The moment is brief and tranquil, as much a whisper between objects as an action between people. Legal matters unfold in a slow, patient way that mirrors the rhythm of the city itself. Disputes are brought to a small chamber where a few officials sit with the weight of previous decisions surrounding them in the form of tablets. They listen with even breathing, record words in the same calm hand with which they record grain. The law is enacted through lists of obligations and confirmations of payment. Witnesses are called, and their names are set down. There is a careful checking of precedents, a reading of past entries, and a gentle weighing of claims. Decisions are deliberate, meant to steady relationships rather than inflame them. Debt is recorded with gentle clarity. A tablet will note the amount owed, the names of the parties, and the terms agreed upon. Payments are scheduled like the rising of the sun, expected and predictable. The registry grows slowly, each tablet a small promise, stacked on shelves that know the weight of many promises. The recording of obligation is neither sharp nor cruel. It is an act of memory made public, a way of binding time and responsibility together so that future days can proceed with less uncertainty. Officials who handle taxation and offerings move in a manner that is quietly methodical. They count portions given by the people, mark the tallies, and allocate them to stores or to the temple. Their hands are practiced, their eyes accustomed to the soft sheen of grain and the warm density of oil. They make lists that feed both household and shrine, measuring out what must be kept in reserve and what may be distributed. The work suggests a steady confidence in the order of things, an acceptance that resources will be managed with care, not haste. Scribes sit in small rooms filled with light that slants through narrow windows. Their practice is a long, slow apprenticeship, each sign copied until it becomes part of the hand. They make duplicates of lists and official decrees, ensuring that there are parallel records in different places. Where a tablet must be preserved, they take extra care, smoothing clay and checking impressions with practiced examination. These duplicates are a gentle redundancy, a way to make memory resilient against loss. The scribes work with steady breaths, their lines of script like parallel furrows in a field, each stroke tending to the soil of collective recollection. There is a soft order to the scheduling of daily tasks. At dawn, the overseers walk through the courts, calling out brief instructions, noting the needs that arose overnight. Midday is given to counting and measuring, to comparing the new entries against previous lists. Evening hours are spent sealing tablets and storing them in designated places. The cycle repeats, unhurried and familiar, and its regularity surrounds the palace in a comforting predictability. The day becomes a string of small certainties, moments linked together by routine. Messages travel along this web of administration like gentle currents. Messengers are entrusted with tablets wrapped in linen or clay envelopes, carrying them from storehouse to steward, from steward to scribe, from a scribe to judge. They walk with slow care, mindful of the fragile contents they carry. Each delivery moves the life of the palace forward by a quiet measure, aligning supply with need, request with fulfillment. The pace is contemplative, never hurried, as if the very act of moving a message is a form of meditation. Record keeping is also an art of organizing space. Shelves are labeled, tablets placed with their faces outward, arranged by subject and by date. Little lists of lists are kept, so that a clerk can quickly find the tablet that holds a particular ruling or ration schedule. The arrangement is practical and soothing, a way of making the store of memory visible and accessible. It reduces strain, bringing calm to those who need to know, and it allows for a soft continuity where knowledge is ready when called upon. The atmosphere of these rooms carries a certain tactile stillness. Clay dust settles on leather and cloth. The soft smell of baked tablets mingles with the faint scent of oil. Hands move with a practiced economy, fingers working with confident gestures that come from repetition. There is a steadiness in the place, a quiet insistence on doing things in a right order. People take comfort in the predictability of tasks. They know how to list, how to weigh, how to seal, and that allows their minds to rest within their duties. Administrative work is a kind of listening. Officials listen to the needs of the community, hear the questions of traders and farmers, note the concerns of workers unloading grain. They listen not in an anxious way, but in a measured way, taking in details and entering them into the books. Their records are a catalog of these attentions, a gentle archive of small human needs, patiently turned into written form. This quiet attention makes possible the slow continuity of urban life, a continuity that does not rush, but persists. Training of junior clerks is done with calm patience. A young apprentice sits beside a senior clerk, copying entries with careful hand, listening to soft corrections, watching the way seals are compared, watching how the senior shapes a signature. Mistakes are corrected without scorn. They are invitations to learn. The presence of a steady model soothes apprentices who come to understand that mastery will arrive through repetition. Their days are filled with copying lists, checking names, and gradually their hands grow used to the rhythm of official business. The vocabulary of the administration is simple and practical. Words of quantity, measure, name, and place. They are repeated until they take on the cadence of a lullaby. Measure, count, seal, deliver. These terms are reinforced by the touch of clay and cord. The physical gestures that accompany each entry. Over time, the language of administration becomes part of the gentle background of the palace, a way of speaking that calms by its predictability. It forms a stable grammar of care, a way to speak about resources so that they may be tended. Time is marked not only by hours, but by practical cycles. Grain is measured at harvest, then again after transport, and finally allocated in portions that will sustain the household through months. Textiles are checked at their weaving, logged, repaired, and then issued as needed. Such cycles give the administrative rhythm its depth. Each object enters into circuits of attention that lengthen the present into a steady future. Officials track these cycles with calm certainty, their lists forming a slow, patient map of resource flow. When disputes arise, the voice of procedure smooths the edges of conflict. Officials call for witnesses, for documentation, for known marks, and for previous entries that bear on the case. The process is deliberate, neither hurried nor harsh, and it serves to restore balance through evidence and memory. Decisions are recorded with care, placed among other entries, so that they become part of the ongoing ledger of community life. The legal process thus moves within the same gentle current as provisioning and scheduling, a single system that keeps daily life in a state of restful predictability. Record revisions happen with a similar calm. When corrections must be made, a clerk will strike a small line through an entry, add a brief note, and append the new figure. There is an economy of motion and language, a gentle respect for what has been stated before, and a careful adjustment toward what is now known. These revisions are not dramatic. They are adjustments, like pruning a tree to allow better growth. They are normal, expected, and handled without haste. A quiet hierarchy keeps the household functioning. Elders and senior officials hold responsibility not through loud command, but through steady oversight. They consult, they read the lists, they guide younger hands. Their authority is grounded in experience, in the accumulation of recorded knowledge. They speak softly, their words weighed by years of routine. Those under them know the pattern and move within it. The whole edifice rests on cooperation, on the slow enactment of duties from one hand to another. Physical space is arranged to support calm work. Tables are low, surfaces smoothed by use, and writing areas are placed near light to ease the eyes. Shelves are reachable, and cords and seals are stored in convenient boxes. Each object has a place, each place a purpose. This attention to order reduces friction and lends the daily tasks a quiet grace. When things are where they belong, minds are freer to attend to the fine details of counting and recording, and the atmosphere remains serene. The movement of goods is choreographed in a gentle way. Carts arrive at the outer court and are guided slowly inward. Workers lift and set down items with coordinated care, guided by stewards who note each receipt and call out the corresponding tablet number. This choreography is not noisy or frantic. It is a measured flow of bodies and goods, a soft current that feeds the palace stores. Each action completes a small loop of responsibility, and the completion brings a calm sense of fulfillment to those who carry it out. Communication across different offices is carried by written tablets and by brief, direct speech. A message from the granary reaches the steward through a sealed tablet, and a messenger who speaks the essential details. The tablets themselves, are often sealed with a small clay envelope, a protective shell that holds the record as if it were a seed. These shells help ensure that what is written remains unchanged until received. This practice fosters trust. The careful preservation of words preserves agreements and soothes uncertainty, allowing the community to move forward with mutual confidence. The quiet soundscape of the palace is composed of small, repetitive noises: the gentle tapping of stylus on clay, the soft thud of a tablet set down, the muted rustle of linen around wrapped documents. These sounds do not clamor. They form a calming background, a consistent presence that signals that the work of continuity is being done. The sound of these acts reassures, like rainfall on a distant roof, steady and predictable. They hold a calming rhythm that helps those within the palace maintain their own steady breath. Even the tensions of scarcity are managed with an unhurried approach. When stores run low, notices are sent and ration plans are adjusted with calm deliberation. Officials consult lists, estimate future needs, and make small changes designed to carry the household through. These adjustments are practical, not panicked. They are precise measures, taken with the hope of maintaining balance until the next harvest or the next delivery. The process acknowledges limitation and meets it with thoughtful, patient action. Feasts and public offerings are planned with the same meticulous care that attends every other duty. Lists map the portions to be set aside, the attendants to be called, and the schedule by which the offerings will be made. Each item is counted and accounted for, ensuring that the act of giving is not hurried or improvised, but deliberate and orderly. The ritual is a communal exercise in measured generosity, and the records of it are kept as part of the broader ledger of palace life. Routine inspections are a gentle part of oversight. Senior officials walk the stores and watch the scribes at work, their eyes soft as they note adherence to practice. They check seals and compare them to records, look into jars, and open envelopes with quiet attention. These inspections are constraints placed not to intimidate, but to sustain trust. They are like tending the foundations of a dwelling, ensuring that everything remains sound and that the house of administration continues to stand. The flow of people through the palace is slow and respectful. Servants, clerks, stewards, and messengers pass one another with courteous nods. Their interactions are brief and efficient, focused on the exchange of tablets and the transfer of goods. There is little pomp, much more. There is work done in steady intervals. The movement resembles a soft river of activity, steady in pace, reliable in direction. This steady flow is as important as the objects that are moved, for it knits together the living threads of the palace's care. There is a patient relationship between memory and material. A tablet records a transaction, then rests on a shelf, its inscription waiting like a quiet promise. When it is needed again, a clerk will retrieve it, read its lines, and let its words guide current action. The tablet is both witness and tool, an object that sustains the community's capacity to remember. This material record soothes the mind because it makes the past tangible and available, and thus reduces the anxiety that might arise from uncertainty about what has been promised or what has been given. Measures are kept with calibrated tools and with practiced hands. Officials use standardized measures for grain and oil, and those standards are enforced with the kind of calm attention that prevents dispute. The measures are physical anchors for trust. When a jar is full to a known mark and the mark is made by a steady hand, then parties can agree. This reliance on shared standards is a quiet, ethical practice, an everyday honesty that supports the larger social order. The tone in administrative rooms is intentionally unhurried. Even when busy, voices are low and gestures economical. This is a deliberate effort to prevent agitation and to maintain clarity. A soft tone helps decision-making proceed without flaring emotion. In such an environment, records remain accurate and relationships remain intact. The calm voice is a tool of governance as much as a pen and a seal. In this slow governance, continuity is prioritized over spectacle. Officials are more concerned with sustaining sacks of grain and the pace of wages than with sudden displays of authority. Their actions are designed to make tomorrow predictable. This patience shows a quiet confidence in the daily work of ordering life, a belief that small, consistent acts accumulate into a durable peace. The rhythm of management is steady and unromantic, tending toward the long-term health of the community. The act of issuing rations is done with ritualized moderation. A steward calls out the name and allotment, a clerk marks the release on a tablet, and a worker receives the portion with a composed acknowledgement. The sequence is simple and clean, carried out without haste. It reassures everyone involved because the transaction is recorded immediately and the flow of goods is transparent. In such a setting, trust is a living practice, maintained through repeated, careful action. At times, delegation is used to distribute responsibility gently. A senior official will entrust a junior clerk with a specific list, guiding the hand and watching the work unfold. This delegation is not abdication, but careful teaching. It spreads knowledge across generations of workers, so the community's capacity to manage does not depend on a single person. The process builds a gentle continuity of skill and responsibility, making the administration resilient and calm. When external traders call at the gate, their goods are checked with patient thoroughness. The stewards verify seals and consult lists to ensure that the contents match the record. Negotiations, when needed, are conducted with measured statements and polite restraint. The aim is to clarify and to make agreements durable rather than to win an immediate advantage. This slow commerce fits the broader temperament of the palace, where long-term reliability is valued above quick gain. Weather and season shape the calendars that officials keep. Planting, harvest, storage, and distribution follow rhythms that are marked on tablets and in memory. Officials note the timing of rains, the arrival of herds, the lull between harvests, and align provision plans accordingly. The attention to natural cycles helps the palace synchronize its internal pace with the larger world. This alignment fosters a sense of belonging to a larger order, a calm knowledge that the palace's care extends outward and receives its guidance from the seasons. The keeping of archives is itself a slow, careful art. Tablets designated for the longer preservation are made with extra care, sometimes fired in a kiln to harden them for posterity. These special records are placed in protected rooms, stacked in orderly rows, and indexed in lists that guide retrieval. The act of creating an archival record signals a desire for longevity. a wish to make certain facts available for far-off days. The archives embody a patient hope that memory will be accessible to those who come after. Interpersonal relationships within administration are shaped by custom and routine. Courtesy, punctuality, and reliability are the quiet virtues that preserve harmony. Colleagues depend on one another's steadiness. Promises are small and kept. Agreements are tabulated and honored. This web of dependable behaviors creates an environment of mutual trust, where the risk of misunderstanding is reduced by transparent records and a known cadence of interaction. The physical acts of writing and sealing are nearly meditative. A clerk presses the stylus with same-handed consistency, repeats a sign until it is comfortable, then moves on to the next line. The repetition calms the mind. The slow motion steadies the hand. Sealing a tablet is a closing gesture, a gentle conclusion that protects the words within. The entire process resembles a slow, mindful breathing, an alternation of attention and completion that leaves a sense of peace in the room. Outside pressures are met with organized thought. When shortages or complaints are reported from the city, officials do not react impulsively. They call for a calm audit, review the lists, and plan an orderly response. Supplies are diverted or conserved as necessary, and decisions are explained and recorded. By choosing slow deliberation over sudden action, the administration seeks to maintain balance and prevent panic. The practice shows an understanding that measured response strengthens community resilience. Even the simplest administrative tools carry quiet symbolism: a stylus, a cord, a seal, a tablet. These humble items condense the palace's capacity to remember and to act. They are instruments of care. Their repeated use transforms them into familiar companions in the daily life of governance. Handling them brings reassurance because they have served well before and will do so again. The consistency of these tools anchors the whole system in a soft continuity. The presence of numbers, entered calmly, gives shape to potential chaos. Counts, sums, and totals convert varied resources into comprehensible forms that can be managed. This act of translating abundance into numbers is not cold. It is a way to honor the needs of many by ensuring that distribution is fair and predictable. The gentle arithmetic of administration is a practice of balance, a quiet geometry that keeps many small lives aligned. In the soft hours of dusk, tablets are set to rest in their appointed places. Messengers settle their bundles, and the day's accounting is closed with the same careful gestures that opened it. Officials lay down their styluses, exchange brief notes, and move toward the quiet of their private rooms. The steady hum of work subsides, leaving an afterglow of ordered labor. The steadiness of the day's records becomes a kind of lullaby, assuring those within that the work of care is ongoing and that the present is held within thoughtful hands. This slow administration teaches patience as a practical skill. It trains those who participate to accept that some things require time to resolve. That careful record and thoughtful action can prevent haste and harm. The daily practice instills a quiet confidence that by paying attention to small details, by counting and recording, and by caring for stores and for agreements, the community will remain intact. The work itself is a soft, moral practice woven into the fabric of daily life. The palace's administration is a living archive of social rhythm. Every tablet, every seal, every entry contributes to a larger pattern of continuity. The people who keep these records move gently through their days, not seeking spectacle, but steady care. Their hands and their lists hold the daily reality of many lives and make possible a long, untroubled night. Each gesture is small and deliberate, and together they form an enduring, calm order. Clay arrives soft and cool from the river, a muted weight in the hands. Fingers press and lift, feeling small pebbles and the gentle grit. The touch of earth is quiet work, a slow surrender to natural texture. Hands move without hurry, testing the give, sensing how much water has already been taken in. There is peace in that first assessment, a small, steady mindfulness that begins every tablet. The clay is spread on a low table and worked in gentle motions, torn and folded until it breathes evenly. Small impurities are picked out, tiny stones set aside, water is added in the thin ribbons and kneaded in like a careful conversation between fingers and matter. Each fold smooths a thought into the clay, making it ready to accept marks that will outlast the hand. Sometimes straw or chaff is mixed with the clay to temper it, to stop a tablet from cracking as it dries. The addition is measured by feel rather than by numbers. The right texture arriving slowly under palm and thumb, the mixture becomes a muted blend, a quiet compromise between earth and plant, between heaviness and flexibility. It yields to shaping without surrendering its inner strength. The forming of a tablet is a deliberate, unhurried act. The artisan presses clay into a flat, even slab, smoothing edges with the heel of the hand. Rectangles and ovals emerge, simple frames for words yet to be given. Size is chosen with purpose. Some tablets are small, meant for brief notes, and others are broad, for longer recitations. Each shape is a calm promise of what will be recorded. Surfaces are leveled with a paddle or a flat stone, brushed lightly to remove stray marks. The goal is a quiet plane, even and patient, ready to receive the stylus. A finger runs across the top, feeling for bumps, naming each imperfection and smoothing it away. This small ritual of inspection is a pause before writing, a breath held in the steady work of preparation. The reed stylus rests beside the prepared clay, simple and purposeful. It is a stick carefully cut, its end shaped into a wedge or a flat tip, depending on the mark desired. The stylus is private to the hand that uses it, worn at the grip by years of practice. Its presence at the edge of the tablet is a soft promise, a companion for the slow transfer of thought into lasting shape. Writing begins with measured pressure, a gentle tap that makes the first wedge. Each impression is made with a slow intent. The stylus meets clay with a small, intimate sound, almost inaudible, a hollow note that carries through the quiet room. Marks are composed of repeated, simple strokes, arranged with patience. The rhythm of writing is unhurried, like a heartbeat at rest, steady and dependable. Lines are planned with care. The scribe, imagining spaces and breaks as a gardener, imagines rows. Columns are formed, margins kept, each line a calm avenue for meaning. There is no rush. The hand moves with slow confidence, pausing when thought wanders and resuming when focus returns. Errors are met not with alarm, but with gentle correction, as if shaping a thought rather than racing to finish it. Corrections are made by softening the clay with a fingertip or a wet reed and smoothing away the mistaken sign. The removal is tender, not rough, taking only what needs to be taken. Sometimes the scribe reworks a whole portion, re-inscribing with quiet care. This practice is an exercise in patience, a recognition that thought and hand move at different speeds and must be reconciled with softness. Seals are rolled gently across the wet surface to close words with images. Cylinder seals leave a continuous impression, small scenes unrolled like a private story. Each press is executed with slow, even motion so designs remain clear. The touch of the seal is soft, a cool shaped stone against fresh clay, and the resulting pattern stands in calm contrast to the formal lines of script. Some tablets receive symbols pressed into the edge as labels, simple marks that tell of sender or content. These small signs are the quiet bookkeeping of memory, placed where they can be seen without disturbing the main text. They are like knots tied in the mind, gentle reminders shaped into clay, soft and useful and unobtrusive in their function. When a tablet carries an important inscription, it may be reinforced at the back with an added layer of clay, smoothing the join until it blends into one surface. This reinforcement is a hushed practice, strengthening the object to endure handling and time. The extra clay is merged with the original, like a thoughtful hand supporting a thinner wrist, patient and protective. Occasionally, a tablet is enclosed within an envelope of clay, a second shell pressed around it that hides and protects the text inside. The outer layer is impressed with ownership marks or seals to attest to its contents. The process is slow and deliberate, the sealing a delicate trust placed into hardened soil, a quiet act of preservation and discretion. Drying begins in shaded places, away from direct sun and wind that might crack the surface. Tablets rest on racks or on woven reeds, spaced so air can pass gently around them. The drying is a measured evaporation, the clay settling into firmer form without haste. Hands check the weight and give the slightest tap to test firmness, listening with fingers rather than with ears. Sun drying is used with caution when weather is calm, the sunlight offering warmth rather than scorching heat. A tablet left too long under fierce light will harden unevenly and split, so the pace of drying is chosen with care. The artisan watches the change, like a slow conversation between warmth and moisture, responding with repositioning or covering when needed. Shading cloths are sometimes draped to moderate the light, creating a steady dusk where tablets can find balance. The cloth breathes with the air and casts a gentle softness, protecting the clay from sudden temperature swings. This quiet canopy encourages even drying and reduces the risk of abrupt cracking, allowing the tablets to come to firmness in a kindly environment. Touch remains the primary test. A finger presses lightly to gauge resilience and warmth. The scribe learns to feel the slight give in the surface as a sign of readiness for reading and further processing. Nothing is decided at a glance. The work proceeds by hand and by patient assessment, securing the tablet's future in small sensory judgments. Stacking is done with thoughtful spacing, cloths between layers to prevent sticking and unwanted impressions. Tablets bound for temporary storage are arranged like calm stacks of thought, each reserved for its turn to be fired, copied, or read. The arrangement is both practical and meditative, a quiet order in the weighting of objects. When tablets must last through seasons or centuries, firing becomes the choice for permanence. The kiln is simple and slow, a controlled embrace of heat rather than fierce consumption. Clay is placed in layers with fuel that burns steadily, allowing the temperature to climb gently. The process is watched from a distance, a watchful stillness where hands do not intervene. Firing produces a soundless change, clay becoming ceramic with a quiet finality. Surfaces harden to a tone of permanence, inscriptions preserved in a more enduring state. The scent of baked earth is faint and warm, reminiscent of sun-baked fields and long afternoons. Items chosen for such treatment are those of record or memory, selected for their need to outlast routine handling. Not every tablet is fired. Many remain sun-dried, their fragility accepted within an archive that expects wear and turnover. Routine lists and ephemeral notes continue to be made from the easier, less permanent process, their purpose fulfilled by function rather than by longevity. This economy of preservation is itself a calm practice, balancing effort with necessity. The making of the reed stylus itself is a quiet craft. Reeds are cut and dried, their ends split and shaved to desired widths. The tip is shaped and hardened with gentle fire or left plain, depending on the mark sought. Each stylus yields a different voice in clay, narrow and crisp, or broad and soft, and the scribe chooses with an inner sense of tone. Reeds are carried in a small pouch, tucked into the belt, or sitting near the tablet tray. They are replaced when worn, their life measured in impressions. The act of selecting a stylus is deliberate and almost ritualistic, an intimate choice that aligns hand, mind, and material for the work ahead. A well-used stylus has a familiar weight, a private balance that steadies the scribe. Boards and frames are used to guide lines and maintain consistency. Their edges, a subtle help to even spacing. A straight edge, pressed lightly, creates a margin, a kind of quiet border that contains the flow of signs. These tools are modest in appearance, but important in practice, helping the scribe to make text that is calm and legible to others who may later read it. Practice tablets fill small corners of the workshop. Intentional mistakes and warm-up strokes gathered like fingers flexing before a song. Young hands copy common signs over and over, learning the rhythms of wedge and space. These exercises are slow and repetitive, fostering muscle memory and a calm confidence in the shaping of each mark. The routine of copying is meticulous. A line is read, then imitated, the hand working to match the breadth and depth of each wedge. Teachers walk slowly beside learners, offering quiet corrections and gentle demonstrations. The atmosphere is one of patient apprenticeship, where progress is steady and measured, and mistakes are simply steps on a path. Templates sometimes serve to show proportions for certain marks, little boards with incised guides that help maintain visual harmony. These are not strict rules, but aids, like a quietly held breath that steadies the hand. Using a template is a way to preserve a shared standard, keeping the look of writing familiar across different hands. A soft sponge or a damp reed is used to smooth away rough points and to moisten a stubborn piece of clay during work. The small dampening is applied with a careful hand, neither too much to cause sagging nor too little to leave cracks. This balancing act is a mindful engagement with moisture, tending the clay as one tends a plastered wall. Edges and corners are rounded slightly to avoid chipping as a tablet dries. The finishing touch is made with a thumb, or a small tool that traces and softens the perimeter. These subtle contours are practical, reducing breakage and aesthetic, giving the object a gentle outline that fits comfortably in the hand. Impressions of seals are sometimes accompanied by tiny tokens embedded in the clay, small bits that act as security or testimony. These are hidden gestures of authentication, placed and pressed slowly with deliberate intent. The inclusion is a private ceremony, an objectification of trust made visible only to those who know how to read its signs. Wax or bitumen may be used to bind small attachments or labels, though such methods are reserved for particular cases. The use is cautious, recognizing that adhesives change the nature of the clay and its longevity. When applied, they are smoothed and set with a considered hand, a provisional merging of materials that will later be judged by time. The physical space for this work is arranged to be calm and efficient. Low benches, stool-like supports, and shallow trays keep movements small and measured. Tools are organized in predictable spots, a reed here, a smoothing stone there, allowing the hand to move without searching. This quiet order supports a slow and steady workflow. Light in the workspace is soft and diffuse. Windows are placed to gather warm, indirect illumination that shows texture without glare. The scribe prefers a steady brightness that allows focus without strain. Lamps of oil are used in dimmer hours, their small flames steady and low, adding a warm pool of light where the hand continues its gentle labor. The sound of the workshop is a low wash, the soft scrape of reed on clay, the hush of fabric, the distant murmur of other tasks. It is a soundtrack of steady practice, not intrusive, but present, a continuous companion to the tactile work. These sounds are measured and reassuring, like rain on a distant roof, persistent and calming. Hands show their history in this environment. Calluses form. Fingertips become sensitive to the smallest change in surface. Each scribe develops a personal vocabulary of pressure and touch, learned through repetition and quiet attention. The body archives its own knowledge, making every movement part of a slow, embodied memory. Seasonal rhythms affect the work. In moist months, clay is creamier and faster to shape. In dry months, extra water is needed to bring it to the right consistency. The scribe adapts with patient awareness, adjusting kneading and drying times to the weather's temper. This responsiveness is a domestic wisdom, attentive to subtle changes in environment. Younger apprentices learn to prepare lists and practice small administrative forms first, simple texts that teach exactness and repetition. These exercises give them the confidence to manage longer compositions later. The progression from small forms to expansive narratives is gradual, a steady expansion of skill rather than a leap, a gentle growth of craft. Each tablet is an intimate object, held and turned and inspected from all sides before being believed finished. The scribe reads his own marks aloud sometimes, listening to how lines sound when translated into speech. The act of reading softens the final product, a vocal rehearsal that confirms the tablet's integrity and its readiness to carry meaning forward. Corrections may be made even after a tablet is partially dry by moistening a localized area and reworking the signs. This careful intervention requires subtlety, as too much moisture can undo more than intended. The touch is precise, almost surgical, and directed by a calm confidence in the interplay of clay and hand. Large tablets for longer narratives are supported with frames during drying to keep them from deforming. These supports hold a gentle pressure, preventing sag while allowing the clay to firm. The process is patient and respectful of the material's limits, a quiet partnership between structural aid and natural setting. When tablets are intended to travel, their edges and corners are made especially strong, sometimes banded with thin strips of baked clay fused gently to the sides. The reinforcement is practical and modest, anticipating handling and transit without altering the tablet's calm presence. It is a preemptive care, assuring the text will survive movement. Ink and pigments are rarely used on clay, but when present, they are applied with caution, a faint brush, to highlight a name or mark. The colors are subtle, subdued earth tones that harmonize with the clay's natural hue. Application is minimal, reserved for moments where a faint visual cue enhances legibility without disrupting surface texture. Occasionally, a seal is used not only to authenticate, but to decorate small pictorial elements that add a quiet visual story. The imagery is composed of familiar scenes, animals, simple divine symbols, perhaps a seated figure. These designs are carved with patient detail into the seal and revealed with a single, deliberate roll across the clay. Storage of fresh tablets is itself a careful practice. Drying racks are placed in rooms where temperature and humidity remain steady. The stacks are labeled with incised marks on the edge, tiny notches that indicate contents without disturbing the principal text. The organization is practical and gentle, an archive in its early, living state. A scribe's breath sometimes fogs the clay in cool air, a fleeting cloud that moistens the surface ever so slightly. This small exchange is intimate, a human warmth against inert matter, and it is welcomed as part of the slow work. It reminds the worker that making is always an interplay of human and earth. Tools are cared for with the same patience as the clay. Reed styluses are sharpened, smoothed, and stored with care. Stones and paddles are wiped clean and laid out for the next session. This maintenance is a quiet gratitude, a way of respecting implements that mediate the meeting of thought and material. Learning to inscribe long texts includes mastering spacing and economy of signs. The scribe plans how to distribute text so words breathe. Allowing space for later annotations or additions is a humble foresight, a recognition that texts live further than the first hand that writes them. Planning becomes a modest kindness to future readers. Some tablets are intentionally left with blank margins or reserved ends, places for later comments or for a supervisor's mark. These spaces are small havens where the living practice of revision can occur. They speak to a collaborative workflow where a later hand may add a correction or a note in the margins, a soft continuation of the original act. The tactile pleasure of a well-formed tablet is simple and lasting. A scribe may turn an object over in hand and feel the balance, the weight distributed evenly, the inscriptions crisply preserved. This quiet appraisal is not vanity, but recognition of a job well executed. The satisfaction of harmonizing technique and patience into a small, enduring thing. Signsmiths who make the seals carve each tiny design with a steady incision, turning stone into a tool that prints a scene. The workflow is slow and exacting, requiring a focused calm that reflects the broader attitude of tablet production. Each seal becomes a personal signature, carved with quiet deliberation and finished with a polishing that reveals the image's clarity. In some cases, costly tablets receive a thin slip of finer clay to give a smooth writing surface. The slip is applied like a soft glaze, a finishing coat that welcomes ink or stylus marks with greater clarity. It is a refinement, a gentle enhancement that shows care without ostentation, meant to elevate important words into clearer form. The presence of children or visitors in the workspace is met with a gentle hush, an implicit request for stillness. The making of tablets thrives on concentrated attention, and the environment mirrors that need. Conversations are soft and slow, words measured to preserve the room's meditative state, allowing the steady pace of work to continue uninterrupted. Surface textures reveal their history in small details: the slight ripple left by a reed, the faint finger swipe smoothed into a corner, the tiny indentation where a seal was pressed. Each mark is a quiet trace of process, an unspoken record of making that adds to the tablet's character. These traces are gentle testimonies of hand and habit. When a tablet is complete, it is sometimes read aloud in a small circle, voices low and in unison, confirming that the words hold together in speech as well as in signs. This communal validation is a soft ritual, ensuring clarity and communal recognition. The reading is steady and calm, a final assurance that the tablet will carry what it intends. Small labels, often inscribed on thin strips or on the tablet's edge, are added for cataloging. These tiny notes are concise and matter-of-fact, indicating a date, a name, or a brief description. They are practical tools for memory, discreet and modest, aiding later retrieval without drawing attention from the text itself. More elaborate documents may be entrusted to secure rooms after drying or firing, placed on shelves in orderly rows. The storage is cool and sheltered, a quiet repository where tablets rest in silence. The act of placing an object into such a room is reverent and calm, a moment of letting go that trusts the archive to keep what has been made. Over time, the material knowledge of tablet making is passed with unhurried instruction, each gesture taught by example and imitation. The student watches and repeats, feeling their own hands take on the measured motions of their teacher. This transfer is a gentle continuity, a lineage of calm practice that preserves skill as much as content. The finished tablet, whether baked in a kiln or sun-dried in a shaded room, becomes a vessel of memory, a small object that holds human order and intention. It exists quietly among other artifacts, unassuming yet steadfast. In the slow accumulation of such objects, a dense archive takes shape, each piece adding to a larger, patient story. Hands clean clay from tools with soft motions, taking care not to scratch or damage the delicate edges. The cleaning is gentle and thorough, a maintenance of habit that shows respect for both tool and material. This routine closes a session with calm attention, leaving rounds and implements ready for the next day's practice. Sometimes a tablet will be reheated and reworked if its content needs to change before final preservation, a careful revival that requires knowledge of the clay's temper and resilience. The process is slow and delicate, a revival of form that must be handled tenderly. It is an assertion that even hardened things can be altered when treated with patience. The slow making of tablets is a lesson in measured time. Each stage unfolds with its own pace, gathering, kneading, shaping, inscribing, drying, and, if chosen, firing. The workflow honors natural rhythms and human attention, resulting in objects that are the product of sustained, calm work. The rhythm itself becomes a kind of quiet philosophy, teaching restraint and focused care. For the craftsman, there is a deep contentment in the repetition, a calm reinforcement of skill and purpose. The everyday acts of preparation, marking, and drying are not merely tasks, but a composed life practiced through hand and tool. This steady engagement offers a contemplative rhythm in which each small movement contributes to an enduring whole. Clay remembers the hand that shaped it in tiny ridges and impressions, some of which survive long after drying. These impressions are subtle and personal, the fingerprint of practice on the objects made. They are soft monuments to routine, small signatures that attest to a life of slow, careful labor and quiet attention. The work is neither hurried nor showy. It proceeds with a modest dignity, honoring the material's limits and the scribe's patience. A tablet, once complete, sits like a breathing thing stilled and preserved. It marks a gentle map of labor and thought. The making itself is a quiet ritual that transforms plain earth into a vessel for memory. Even the simplest administrative tablet is produced with a consistent care that reflects the value of record keeping. Lists of grain, tallies of labor, and brief legal notes are all created with thoughtfulness, an understanding that the object will serve others and perhaps time itself. The process is humble, yet mindful, sustaining civic life through steady hands. When a group of tablets is completed, they are often reviewed together, aligned on a table, and checked for consistency. The slow inspection ensures that no sign is miscopied, that names match, and that the record holds its internal harmony. This group review is a cooperative silence, a collective guarantee that practical accuracy accompanies the calm crafting of each object. Hands set each tablet gently into places of rest, where they will mature and, if needed, be preserved further. The placing is deliberate, an act of respect for fragile endurance. Each tablet goes from being a living work in hand to a quiet bearer of information, its journey through production concluded, yet its function continuing in storage and use. Throughout the process, a sense of continuity remains. Simple acts, repeated day after day, accumulate into complex systems of knowledge and practice. The making of tablets is an unhurried conversation between human intention and natural material, an exchange that produces objects capable of carrying thought across time with calm persistence. There is a soft satisfaction in watching clay take form and keep words. The slow labor of tablet production is an offering of care and attention. Each impression left by reed and finger is a mark of patient intention, a small and steady act that, when multiplied, builds a durable archive of life's details and shared stories. The making continues in quiet dedication, a slow weaving of memory into matter. Water moves with patient purpose, filling channels cut by human hands and softening the edges of the city's geometry. Canals run like slow breaths through the landscape, their surfaces catching light and shadow in quiet patterns. Along their banks, reed beds and mud slopes hold the memory of each season, taking in the silt and releasing it again. The channels guide water to fields and gardens, to courtyards and cisterns, and they return it to the river when their work is done. This gentle flow sets a steady pace, a rhythm that people and land come to understand and follow. The shaping of a canal is a careful conversation between earth and tool, between knowledge passed down and the weather of the year. Workers follow shallow lines marked by stakes, and their feet press the mud into a familiar pattern. Banks are raised with measured swells, embankments smoothed to keep water in its intended course. Where two channels meet, simple stone or clay constructions control the join, allowing a small, slow exchange. These decisions are not hurried. The land remembers how much water it has been given before, and the hands that shape the banks remember the same. Gates and sluices are small inventions of restraint and release, pieces of wood or clay that hold back a sheet of water until the right moment. A family or a group of workers will lift a slack chain and let the gate yield. Water moves through a narrow throat, filling the field at a measured pace. Sometimes the gate is closed to keep soil from drowning. Sometimes it is opened to refresh a thirsty patch of earth. The turning of a single pin can change a whole day of growth, and so the act is done with calm attention, like turning a page in a slow book. Maintenance of the channels is a continual, unhurried work. Sediment gathers with each season, and reeds and grasses creep inward, wanting to reshape edges. Men and women move along the banks with baskets and simple tools, scraping silt, pulling out tangled roots, and laying down clay where the bank needs mending. Oxen and low carts may bring fresh earth and bundles of reed to reinforce a worn place. The keeping of these arteries is shared, an everyday duty that holds the city's life together like a steady, predictable heartbeat. When the river rises, the entire landscape changes its tone. Floodwaters expand the boundaries of soil and water, carrying a new softness into beds that have been dry. People watch the rise with patient eyes, knowing that the same flood that brings risk also brings renewal in the form of fine, fertile silt. They prepare by fixing channels and clearing obstructions, ensuring that when the water comes, it will go where it is meant. There is a quiet trust in these movements, a tacit understanding that cycles bring both fullness and restraint. Fields are arranged with thoughtfulness, each plot knowing its own limits and needs. Some are close to the canals, laid out to receive regular, gentle inputs of water. Others lie further away, depending on temporary channels or the willingness of a neighbor to share a gate. Planting is spaced with a woven patience, seeds set at intervals that allow each stem to breathe. Rows are straight and measured, but they are also forgiving of the small irregularities that come with human hands and playful winds. Seasonal calendars are kept in the memory of people more than in any formal inscription. The first rains, the heat of the midsummer, the cooler nights of late season. These are the markers that suggest when to open a gate or when to let a field rest. Elders and farmers speak in soft tones about the signs in the sky and the smell of the soil. They have known for years how barley and wheat respond, how a late cool night can promise a heavier head of grain. These observations fold into a long, slow timing that shapes sowing and reaping. Soil itself is treated as a living partner, not a passive ground. People test it with their fingers, feeling for moisture and texture. They know which fields need additional nourishment and which will best receive a simple stream. Compost and manure are added with careful hands, turned into a dark, fragrant mixture that binds with the silt from the river. This blending of organic matter and mineral deposit creates a steady fertility, a patient improvement that reveals itself over seasons rather than days. Planting begins with thought and ends with quiet ceremony. Seeds are selected by those who have watched the cycles for many years, saved from the best heads of grain during previous harvests. A small measure is set aside for next year, tucked into clay jars or wrapped in cloth and stored in cool, dry corners. The act of casting seeds into a furrow is performed with a measured rhythm, each handful placed to keep space between neighbors. There is no haste in this, only a careful cadence that trusts time to bring growth. Irrigation follows a slow script, a choreography between the opening of gates and the movement of people. Water is let in and allowed to settle, saturating the root zone before being guided on to the next field. Families might share the cost and the labor of a gatekeeper, someone who knows the timing and can turn their attention to it as the sun passes across the sky. This division of labor creates a calm order, a predictable pattern that supports the city's steady supply of grain and vegetables. Dredging is part of the year's routine, a necessary clearing of what the water brings. When sediment fills a shallow place, it must be removed to keep the channel flowing. Teams move with simple implements, pulling muck into woven baskets and carrying it to higher ground. The removed silt is not waste. It is taken back to fields that need replenishment, spread in thin layers to mend tired soil. This cycle of taking and returning continues in soft repetition, and the land responds in kind. The rhythm of planting and ripening follows the light's slow variations. In early months, tiny green tips rise like a hush over the furrows, a quiet promise that becomes more solid as days lengthen. The stems thicken, and the heads of grain begin to lean with the weight of developing kernels. People walk the fields with measured steps, watching the change, noting the need for the water or the threat of pest. These observations are recorded in small traditions, tucked as comfortable knowledge in the minds of those who work the earth. Threshing is a communal moment, a long and gentle labor that turns standing grain into the meal of daily life. After cutting, the sheaves are gathered and dried, laid in circular piles to be beaten until the kernels separate from the chaff. The rhythm of the flail or the trampling of animals creates a steady cadence that the body matches, an unhurried percussion that lasts through light hours. Dust rises in soft clouds and settles again, leaving clean kernels to be winnowed and collected. Winnowing uses wind as a partner, separating light husk from heavy grain. In an open space, workers toss the mixed material high and let the air carry away the finer chaff, allowing the grain to fall back into waiting baskets. This practice is patient and quiet, relying on a gentle breeze and a practiced hand. The sound of loose material falling is soft and regular, and it settles into a pile that represents months of steady care and small decisions. Grain storage is both practical and careful. Granaries are cool, shaded rooms or tall bins built of packed earth or reed, raised from the ground to keep out damp and small creatures. Large clay jars hold reserved seed in a place where rodent access is limited. Workers stack bundles and measure volumes with simple, repeated gestures, always keeping a portion in a special place for planting in the next season. These habits of saving and portioning create a slow security, a reliable reserve that moves through seasons. Monitoring of stored grain is routine and discreet. Once a week, or after a long rain, A keeper will open the granary and test the smell and texture, feeling for any dampness or warmth that might indicate spoilage. If moisture is found, the grain is moved and dried in the sun on flat surfaces, carefully turned and watched. Natural repellents, such as aromatic oils or certain herbs, might be placed near the grain to discourage pests. This attention is a quiet vigilance, a habitual care to preserve what the land has produced. Tools of agriculture are simple and tended with respect. Wooden plows are smoothed and oil rubbed into their surfaces to keep them resilient. Ropes and harnesses are mended carefully, knots retied with practiced fingers. Joints and edges are inspected before long days of work, and broken implements are repaired rather than discarded. This attitude toward tools is one of slow maintenance and thoughtful reuse, a way of keeping the steady machinery of life in a gentle motion. Irrigation networks are organized by both necessity and tradition. Some channels are public, maintained by communal labor, while smaller service canals pass through private gardens under agreements that are repeated across generations. These small contracts are kept not with written law alone, but with shared memory and the reputations of those who manage them. When water is scarce, the ordering of flow becomes a careful exercise in fairness, executed in calm negotiation rather than loud contest. Seeds carry stories within them. Grain kept for planting holds not only the promise of food, but also the imprint of seasons past. Those chosen for storing have been tested by time, selected for their resilience to drought or their ability to fill heavy heads, even in cooler springs. Saving seed is a quiet trust in the future, a thought placed like a stone in a river, confident that months hence, the same stream will find its way and swell new growth. The timing of tasks responds to light more than to schedules on paper. Work begins when the sky opens from night and moves with the steady arc of the sun. Fields are watered in patterns that respect the sun's warming and the soil's capacity, avoiding times when heat would take water up as vapor before it can reach roots. This timing is practical, but also has a gentle poetry, a daily measure that aligns human labor with the planet's steady operation. Canal banks are planted with grasses and small trees, not only to hold soil, but to create shade and habitat. These plantings slow erosion and encourage a small ecology of birds and insects that live alongside cultivated space. The presence of such life is accepted as part of the whole, a slow weaving of wild and tended. Workers take care to maintain these edges, trimming and planting as needed, allowing the borders to soften rather than become harsh barriers. Small bridges and stepping stones cross narrow channels, allowing people to move in soft, efficient routes. These crossings are low and right-sized, built to be used and to blend with the landscape's lines. Passing from one field to another becomes a series of measured steps, each one a small, mindful action. The sound of sand underfoot and the ripple of water beneath creates a gentle accompaniment to the day's work. Irrigation requires a balance between sharing and guarding. Those who manage the main gates must be mindful of upstream and downstream needs, allowing enough to sustain one area while not depriving another. Agreements are formed and kept, revolving around simple measures of quantity and time. This mutual attention produces a calm social structure where each person's action is tied to the well-being of many. drainage is part of the system's wisdom. Excess water is welcomed into auxiliary channels that carry it away to larger basins or back into the river's wandering course. These overflow paths prevent the drowning of roots and the spread of decay. They are laid with the same thoughtfulness as primary channels, and they require checks and cleaning at the start of each season. The existence of such overflow teaches a gentle lesson about limits and release. Labor rhythms are cyclical and predictable, allowing a person's day to be measured in repeated gestures. There is solace in repetition, the steady turning of a hand around a gate lever, the rhythmic scraping of a bank, the measured step of a cartwheel. These repeated acts are not monotonous. Rather, they create a comfortable predictability that eases attention and allows conversation and reflection during work. People move together in a cooperative flow, each contributing a patient part. Animals are partners in the work, not merely tools. Oxen and donkeys pull plows and carts, their steps slow and steady. They are tended with familiarity, given rest and feeds, and their rhythms become entwined with human schedules. The relationship is one of mutual dependence. Animals that are cared for perform more faithfully, and a gentle hand on a harness results in reliable strength. This partnership is grounded in simple attentiveness over many seasons. Water measurement uses simple devices and shared understandings. A particular opening in a gate, described by its width or depth, is known to let a calculated amount over a set period. Families and officials remember these measures in practice, and the numbers become part of shared lore. The reliability of such measures depends on careful maintenance, because a warped gate or a shifted bank can change the intended flow. Regular checks keep these measures trustworthy. Crop rotation, in its simple form, is practiced with gentle awareness. After a heavy season of a grain, a field may be left to shorter crops or legumes that refresh the soil. This alternation prevents exhaustion and keeps the land healthy. It is not done out of strict rule, but out of observed consequence, the quiet recognition that change in planting patterns preserves the capacity to grow year after year. The land thus remains a reliable partner. Seasonal festivals carry a thread of agricultural timing into the social life of the city. These quiet gatherings often coincide with planting or harvest, moments when people express gratitude through small offerings or shared meals. These rituals are understated and deliberate, punctuating the year with soft ceremonies that honor the harvest and reassert communal bonds. They are not loud affairs, but intimate acknowledgments of the cycle that the community depends upon. Gardens within the city receive water through narrower channels and careful attention. Courtyards with herbs, legumes, and vegetables are close to homes, tended by women and older children. These small spaces produce fresh greens and aromatic leaves that complement the heavier grain. Their irrigation is often frequent but light, done with simple jars or short conduits. Such gardens bring immediate nourishment and are a quiet source of beauty in daily life. Harvest itself is a long, mindful procession. Each stalk is cut with steady hands, and bundles are formed into neat groups. The collection moves slowly from field to courtyard, accompanied by quiet conversation and the rustle of straw. No urgency presses this work. Rather, it is paced by the capacity of people and animals. The slow accumulation of sheaves becomes a visible measure of months of tending and the patience embedded in the cycle. Storage architecture is practical and learned over many years. Granaries are located to benefit from shade and airflow, sometimes raised on low platforms to discourage pests. Inside, the grain is layered, with careful attention to weight distribution, so that lower areas do not compact and heat up. Small vents and thick walls maintain evenness, keeping the stored food safe through variable seasons. These structures are simple but thoughtful, built for steady preservation rather than display. The selection of seed for the next planting is ceremonial in its quiet way. Men and women examine heads of grain, choosing those that show uniformity and fullness. The chosen grain is set aside in specially labeled jars or small rooms, marked by the name of the family or the field. This separation is practical, but also symbolic, a way of ensuring continuity. The reserved seed is treated with particular care until the moment of sowing returns. Community records often include notes about planting and harvest in soft, concise accounts. Simple lists or tokens might be kept to mark the volumes, moved into storehouses or distributed among households. These records are practical recollections rather than rigid bureaucracies used to balance deliveries and plan future planting. The act of recording is done with calm repetition, a small ritual that ties a day's labor to future needs. Pest control is done with gentle methods that rely on prevention as much as reaction. Granaries are kept clean and aired, thresholds repaired to deny entry to rodents. Oils and herbs may be placed among stored grain to deter insects, and damaged portions are quickly removed and dried. These practices are quiet and routine, an ongoing attention to small details that, if neglected, could become larger problems over time. The sharing of water produces a social ethic of mutual care. When a drought year tests the system, neighbors exchange water and advice, and gatekeepers mediate gentle compromises. These moments are not dramatic crises, but slow negotiations, the community leaning together to maintain balance. The practice of giving and receiving water becomes part of the social fabric, a steady assurance that people are bound by shared dependence. Paths along the canals are lined with practical objects, baskets for hauling silt, jars for carrying seed, simple markers that record which gate belongs to which family. These markers are more like quiet reminders than formal signs, the kind of knowledge that slips easily into daily life. People pass these points with a sense of rhythm, their transit through space made familiar by the constancy of small things. Irrigation planning often begins in the cooler hours, when decisions are made about which fields will receive water and for how long. Gatekeepers rise with the early light, walking channels to check for blockages and to set plans for the day. Their steps are measured, their choices informed by memory and the subtle signals from the sky. This early attention ensures that the day's work moves smoothly and that resources are deployed with calm efficiency. The interplay between wild and cultivated landscapes is accepted as part of the whole. Marshy edges and reed beds serve as buffers and filters, collecting overflow and nurturing creatures that live between water and soil. People learn to work with these edges, creating small paths and observation points rather than erasing them. This acceptance maintains a gentle biodiversity that stabilizes the living system around the city. Simple instruments record river levels and the effects of rainfall. Stakes placed in shallow pools are read by experienced eyes to estimate rising or falling water. These measures are rough but reliable, integrated into decisions about when to open gates and when to wait. The practice of observing and noting becomes a communal skill, a slow accumulation of knowledge that protects crops and guides labor. The pace of repair after floods is steady and organized. Hands and tools move along banks, replacing eroded clay and setting new reed bindings. Paths are reshaped, and fields are smoothed for replanting. This work is not hurried, but deliberate, acknowledging that restoration takes time. The community's acceptance of repair as part of the cycle softens the strain of damage and makes renewal a familiar process. Irrigation channels are sometimes rerouted in small ways to adapt to changing needs. New houses or gardens emerge, and minor diversions are made with careful permission and cooperative labor. The land's shape is not fixed but flexible within limits, allowing gentle modifications that reflect the city's slow growth. These changes are guided by a collective sense of practicality rather than sudden expansion. The knowledge of canals is taught in practical ways, passed from older workers to younger ones through shared labor. Apprentices learn the weight of a gate, the feel of silt underfoot, and the sight of a bank ready for repair. These lessons are given softly, accompanied by hands-on demonstration rather than strict instruction. The continuity of skill is maintained through repetition, a quiet apprenticeship that keeps a long tradition alive. Small rituals around planting and storage add a sense of intentionality to the work. A seed may be offered briefly to the wind before being sown, or grain may be sprinkled at a threshold as a token of thanks. These actions are minimal, understated acknowledgments of dependence on cyclical forces. They are not loud or formal, but they create a low hum of meaning that accompanies routine tasks. Irrigation networks sometimes extend beyond the city to support peripheral fields and orchards. These extended channels require coordination with neighboring communities and a wider sense of timing. Agreements are kept with measured courtesy, and workers travel to distant banks to perform maintenance. This extended care mirrors the concentrated attention given closer to home, expanding the same slow rhythms outward in a calm and deliberate way. In moments when there is abundance, surplus grain is set aside with the same temperate care given to seed. Extra stores are placed in separate rooms or higher bins, recorded in small lists so they can be accessed when needed. The existence of surplus is accepted without excess, a steady buffer that smooths the variability of seasons. It is stored calmly, a quiet assurance rather than a spectacle. Finally, the ongoing relationship between water, soil, and human care is a long conversation. Each season is a chapter in a continuous book, where small actions accumulate into enduring patterns. The movement of water through channels, the planting and harvesting of grain, the steady maintenance of banks and gates. All these are parts of a life lived in accordance with gradual, predictable cycles. The rhythm is unhurried and persistent, a gentle force that shapes days and binds communities together. In low, even breaths, I imagine a row of small rooms opening onto a cool lane, each space measured and quiet. Hands arrive before sunlight, tracing familiar routes between benches, quarries, and hearths. The tools are set with gentle care, each placed where it was used the day before. as though the brief sleep of a chisel or spindle were only a pause. The rhythm of returning to work is soft and steady. There is no rush, only the slow awareness of a city that depends on the steady, repeated actions of making. Fingers move with memory, shaping the world with a kind of calm continuity that matches the steady pace of the river. Clay is brought in sacks and baskets, the weight of it held with practiced steadiness. The potter's hands press, fold, and press again, coaxing air from soft earth until it sits even and ready. The wheel is a measured circle, turning under the careful balance of wrist and thigh. Shapes emerge slowly, tall and rounded, or low and broad. Each vessel holds the intention of use, quietly waiting to carry grain or oil. When a rim is trimmed or a handle attached, the motions repeat, small and sure. The potter's breath matches the wheel, a soft metronome that keeps time for the work. In another room, the metalworker kindles a small, controlled heat. Coals glow like a contained sunrise, and flame touches metal with patient insistence. Hammers descend in unhurried arcs, flattening and joining, shaping a sheet into a plate or a nail into form. Sparks scatter like tiny metrical notes before settling. The metalworker listens to the tone of the metal, learning the place where it will bend without breaking. Copper and bronze carry a soft weight, and the act of forging is a measured conversation between hand and substance, repeated until the desired strength is achieved. Wood is tended with a quiet, tactile focus. The carpenter lays planks out on low supports, feeling the grain under fingertips as if reading a calm map. Saws slide with patient pressure, and planes peel thin ribbons from a surface, revealing fibers aligned in straight, gentle ways. Joints are marked and fitted, not forced, so that pieces sit together like careful acquaintances. The rhythm of measuring, cutting, fitting, and smoothing is slow and steady, a practice that values a lasting connection between parts. The tools return to their places with the same tenderness with which they were taken up. Textiles hang from low beams, soft against the dim light that filters into a stretched room. Looms stand patient and waiting, their heddles like slow breathers that lift and fall with quiet tempo. Threads are wound, colors sorted into neat piles that respond to the season. The weaver's fingers pass through warp and weft in motions practiced until they become almost invisible. A pattern grows across the cloth like a slow tide. Dye baths are heated gently, vats of plant color that stain fibers with the calm insistence of steeping. This work moves at the pace of careful repetition, mindful and unhurried. Leather is washed, stretched, and smoothed in a cool corner where water pools and slowly drains. Hands know how to coax stubborn hides into pliant sheets, how to trim without waste, how to stitch with even spacing that will hold in long use. The shoemaker or saddler moves through a sequence of patient tasks, each one necessary and steady. So many parts of daily life depend on leather's endurance, and the maker takes pleasure in small efficiencies. A cut that saves time tomorrow, a seam that will not fray. The rhythm is steady and thoughtful, an ongoing conversation with a material that was once whole. Baskets are woven with slow patience, reeds and rushes bending under steady pressure, forming coils and open lattices that will hold fruit, grain, or tools. Each strand is placed with careful consistency, creating a pattern that is both useful and quietly beautiful. The basket maker's hands know when a strand should be thin, when a twist should be tighter. The work is tactile and repetitive, and the finished container carries with it the memory of each measured twist. These containers move through the city in everyday journeys, softening the edges of commerce with slow craft. The smell of smoke and oil is a familiar strand that runs through these spaces, a background note that steadies the senses. It is not sharp or alarming, but part of the regular fabric of work. Lamps are tended, wicks trimmed to a steady glow that allows careful sight into shadowed corners. Fire is both tool and companion, managed with respect and consistent practice. The artisans attend to it with even steps, adding small amounts of fuel, adjusting vents, listening to the soft changes that indicate the right balance. There is a calm assurance in tending such a vital element. Apprentices sit beside masters with soft concentration, watching the slow arc of a practiced hand. They mirror motions, repeating the same small action until it becomes part of an easy, almost silent language of the workshop. Mistakes are noted without urgency, corrected with patient guidance. The teacher's voice is low, a steady accompaniment that draws out better form. Over time, the apprentice's hands learn to anticipate what the master's hands will do next, developing a shared rhythm. This patient transmission of skill is how the city's crafts persist in an unbroken line of practiced motion. Tools are cared for with the same attention as the work they make possible. A chisel is honed until its edge slides through wood with a low whisper. Needles are straightened, awls oiled, pottery ribs smoothed until they leave a clean surface. The act of care is itself a calming ritual, a way of preserving continuity. Tools are not treated as disposable, but as companions in a long, steady collaboration with materials. Each instrument returns to its place on a peg or in a box, ready for another day of measured labor. Workspaces are organized to reduce unnecessary movement. Benches are positioned to gather light from a small window or an open door. Materials are stored in low, accessible shelves, labeled in the quiet way of habit rather than ceremony. Small baskets of finished goods wait in neat rows, each one worthy of a moment of attention before being carried onward. This careful arrangement slows the pace of work, allowing hands to move without distraction and allowing the mind to remain calm. There is a philosophical economy in such order, a reminder that steadiness is its own kind of abundance. The pace of the artisan day is tied to the sun and to domestic needs. Tasks that require steady light are done while the day is bright and cool, while finer adjustments may occur in the softer hours before dusk. Lunch or a shared meal breaks the flow in a gentle, necessary pause, and conversation is low and measured. The afternoon brings different tasks, perhaps mending, polishing, or arranging goods for sale. Each hour carries a specific quality, and the worker moves with it in an even, unhurried way that honors both labor and rest. Markets receive these crafted goods with a quiet exchange. Merchants manage their stalls with calm attention, placing vessels, textiles, and tools in patterns that are easy to scan. Buyers move through slowly, touching the edges of cloth, lifting a pot to test its weight, holding a simple tool in the palm as though feeling its future usefulness. Transactions are measured, not hurried. The exchange of goods is part of a broader rhythm of supply and use, and the presence of crafted items in the market feels like a steady thread, tying the city's private spaces to its public life. Repairs are an ongoing, unremarkable part of the artisan's work. A broken handle, a frayed strap, a split board. These are not disasters, but opportunities for steady attention. The craftsman sits and restores, using small practice motions to coax a damaged item back into usefulness. This repair work requires patience and care, a willingness to follow the contours of previous use and to return them to continuity. Each repair carries within it a sense of respect for the object and for the life it has lived. Seasonal shifts change what is made and how it is stored. In cooler months, more durable goods are prepared and bundled for longer use. Summer brings lighter, breathable textiles and more open structures. The artisan observes the calendar with an unhurried awareness, adjusting production to meet needs that move with the weather. This is not frantic adaptation, but a soft tuning, like the slow adjustment of a well-tended instrument. The city's rhythm and the workshop's rhythm harmonize through these steady changes. Materials arrive from places that are known and trusted. Clay from a familiar bank of the river, timber from a named grove, metal from a workshop that mines and alloys with predictable skill. These supplies are not exotic surprises, but familiar partners in everyday making. The supplier's reliability fosters a calm economy, a sense that the things of life will continue in an unbroken chain if each person performs their measured part. Trust grows through repeated, gentle exchanges, and the Guild of Crafts becomes a slow, living network of relationships. Small, careful inscriptions sometimes mark finished goods, a maker's sign, or tally. These marks are quiet declarations of authorship, not gaudy boasts. They connect the object to a hand and a time in a modest way. When a vessel is signed, or a woven sash bears an emblem, it becomes part of a lineage of making, easily recognized by those who pass through the city's lanes. Such marks help shoppers locate preferred work and help families remember where an important object was made. Each sign is a soft echo of steady competence. Childlike curiosity visits the workshops, and craftsmen accept small interruptions with a patient serenity. A child may sit and watch a potter shape clay, learning by observation the basic motions that will later be imitated. The presence of young onlookers is gentle encouragement, a reminder that continuity is lived and learned. Artisans speak with quiet answers and allow the attentive gaze to become part of the idea of work. Over time, such observations grow into practice, and the city's crafts persist through gentle, communal teaching. The architecture of a workshop often reflects its intended work. Low smoke holes for rooms where fire is constant, wide doors to allow the passage of long planks, raised platforms for easier access to tools. These small design choices are practical and spare, aimed at reducing unnecessary movements and creating a calm efficiency. Space is arranged to hold the flow of work like a channel holds water, guiding it without turbulence. The peaceful ordering of space supports the slow certainty of craft. Measurements and counting in the workshop are simple and steady. A notch on a stick, a consistent span of the hand, a repeated stroke of a stylus. These forms of measurement are tactile and reliable. They do not seek absolute precision in the modern sense, but rather a dependable uniformity that will serve common use. The rhythm of measuring, marking, and cutting creates a kind of meditative repetition, a series of small, exacting acts that together form the quiet backbone of production. The act of finishing is a gentle meditation on usefulness. A pot is polished, a textile is smoothed, A join is burned with resin and sanded. These finishing touches are about the look of care as much as the thing's longevity. A finished object communicates respect for the person who will use it. There is a slow dignity in this attentiveness, a reverence for the ordinary items that hold daily life together. The finishing process prolongs function and softens edges, both practically and in the mind. Within these spaces, there is an unobtrusive attention to waste and reuse. Shavings and broken bits are gathered and repurposed where possible. Woven ends are folded into smaller items, and clay trimmings return to damp storage for future pressing. This economy is not merely frugal, it is a calm acceptance of material cycles. Nothing abrupt is discarded, and the careful use of remnants strengthens the rhythm of making, continuing the line of steady production with minimal interruption. Time is marked by the completion of small tasks more than by striking clockworks. A bowl finished before mid-morning, a strap sewn during the warm part of the day, a loom warp completed by afternoon. These little achievements are soft landmarks. The worker moves from one modest milestone to another, each one acknowledged and settled before the next step begins. This pace encourages concentration and reduces the need for hurried correction. It is a slow, rewarding cadence that honors the gradual accumulation of effort. There is a shared language among trades, a simple vocabulary that crosses crafts. The same term for a measured length may be used by carpenter and weaver, or a shared mark for a finished quality may travel between potter and leatherworker. These commonalities create a sense of familiarity across workspaces, a quiet connectivity that reduces friction. When a basket maker understands the measure a carpenter uses, collaboration is softer and more efficient. Such links weave an invisible net across the city's making places. The presence of ritual is subtle and steady within the workshops. A small offering placed by a hearth, a soft word said before beginning, or a brief pause at the change of seasons. These are modest ways artisans acknowledge forces beyond their control. The rituals are small and private, meant to steady rather than to dramatize. They function as a communal sigh, a quiet recalibration that helps hands continue with calm assurance. These gestures are part of the larger balance between effort and circumstance. Patterns and motifs travel between crafts as quietly as materials. A geometric motif learned at a loom may appear carved on a wooden box or painted on a pot. These shared patterns help knit the city's aesthetic together in understated ways. They act as gentle connectors, reminding people that different makers are part of the same everyday culture. The repetition of such designs across objects and media creates a subtle coherence, a soothing visual continuity. Market demands shape production with a steady, predictable logic. When more vessels are needed for storage, potters focus on larger shapes. When quality textile is required for a certain season, weavers increase production of heavier cloth. The crafts respond with calm flexibility, adjusting rhythm rather than posture. This responsiveness is not panicked. It is a patient re-envisioning of tasks that maintains overall steadiness. The city receives and uses what artisans prepare, sustaining an equilibrium between making and living. Apprentices eventually take on more responsibility, moving from watching to doing, from repeating to planning. This progression is slow by design, allowing skill to deepen without pressure. the master offers space for mistakes that are small and recoverable, guiding the learner back to steady patterns. Over time, the apprentice's hands carry the same measured certainty as the teacher's. This slow maturation of a skill is itself a rhythm, a long, gentle arc that ensures continuity of craft across years. Exchange between workshops is unfussy and practical. A potter may trade a dozen bowls for a length of timber, or a weaver may trade a roll of cloth for repair work on a tool. These swaps proceed with calm clarity, each party well aware of the value of the other's time and materials. The economy of such exchanges moves steadily, relying on mutual respect and the predictable needs of daily life. Such simplicity preserves the slow tempo of making. When the city prepares for festivals or communal gatherings, the workshops increase production in a measured way. Pottery for communal feasts, banners for processions, and repaired implements for public use are all produced with mindful acceleration. Yet even then, the pace remains controlled. The artisans plan and stagger tasks, avoiding sudden bursts that would disrupt carefully maintained harmony. This awareness of communal needs is practiced with thoughtful balance, contributing to a steady civic life. Apprenticeship provides social ties as well as technical instruction. Young people living and learning in workshops form quiet friendships based on shared labor and mutual assistance. They share food and small pleasantries, and the workshop becomes a place of gentle social learning. These bonds add an unspoken comfort to the daily routine, making the practice of craft a supportive human rhythm. Each person's steady presence adds to the slow continuity of life. Small records note production in simple marks on clay tags or written tallies on softboards. These records are practical aids that help plan deliveries and exchanges. They do not overwhelm the worker with bureaucracy, but serve as gentle reminders of what has been completed and what remains. The act of marking a finished batch is a small ritual of closure, an acknowledgement of steady accomplishment before moving on to the next open task. Seasonal festivals bring temporary changes of pace, but they are anticipated and woven into long-standing rhythms. Craftspeople prepare with measured adjustments, ensuring that the city's needs are met without disrupting daily stability. The rhythm of production bends like a branch in wind, returning to its quiet, steady form once the festival is past. This flexibility is a practiced calm, a way to meet occasional demands while preserving the ongoing cadence of work. In moments of slow conversation, artisans exchange stories about techniques and small efficiencies, not as loud instruction, but as shared wisdom. A tip about tempering clay, a subtle change to a loom's tension, a slight angle to a plane. These are offered in unassuming tones. Such exchanges are small acts of generosity that improve the whole community's steady productivity. They circulate quietly, becoming part of the collective knowledge that keeps creating life moving forward. The evening close is deliberate and unhurried. Tools are cleaned, benches swept, and small inventories are checked. Finished goods are organized and wrapped for delivery the next day. The act of closing the workshop is itself a calming ritual, providing a tidy bookend to the day's steady labor. Workers leave with the knowledge that their work will continue tomorrow in the same even rhythm. This deliberate quieting of space helps minds settle and hands rest. Across years, the craft community maintains a patient regard for gradual improvement. Techniques are refined through gentle iteration rather than drastic reinvention. Small adjustments accumulate, producing subtle enhancements in efficiency and quality. This slow progress feels like a natural maturation, an organic growth that honors tradition while allowing modest innovation. The process is soothing because it respects the pace of human learning. The interplay between private making and public need remains soft and balanced. Workshops supply the city with quiet constancy, providing the mundane objects that sustain domestic and communal life. Each hand that shapes, each eye that inspects, contributes to a web of slow, dependable making. The overall effect is a city held together by steady habits, where craft is a continuous, calm force that underpins daily existence. Finally, each morning brings a new, small repetition. The potter returns to the wheel, the metalworker kindles coals, the weaver threads another warp. The day's work begins again in gentle rehearsal, confident in the knowledge that steady repetition will create objects of use and beauty. This unending loop of careful making forms a quiet backbone to urban life, a soft and persistent rhythm that soothes and sustains. The court opens into a cool hush, where worn flagstones remember many footsteps. Courtyards breathe slowly, lined with low benches and shaded by woven awnings. Each step is measured, a small ritual of presence. Workers move with steady hands. The air tastes faintly of oil, clay, and linen. Lamps hang like patient stars, their light kept gentle, never hurried. Within the precinct, thresholds mark careful transitions. Heavy doors swing on greased leather hinges. A keeper pauses at each lintel, touching it with a chalked finger. Hands that tend thresholds learn the temper of wood and the hush of rooms. They know how morning light will touch an altar and how dusk will fold away its colors, like a cloth being smoothed and tucked. Altars stand on low podia, crafted to exact height. They are swept with fine brushes and soft palms. Dust is removed with patient motions, the same motions repeated until fingers know the grain of stone. Small bowls are arranged with quiet geometry, their rims parallel and even. No sound is abrupt here. Even the setting of a bowl is attended to, as though it were a lowering of breath. The inner sanctum holds its own slow custody. Curtains of fine linen are eased aside with exact care. The priest moves without haste, aware of each fold. There are gestures that have no hurry, like the turning of a page that must be turned with respect. The heart of the space is an intimacy of light and shadow, where small offerings receive the steady attention of careful hands. Schedules are written in ink and memory. At dawn, a single tending calls the rest to their tasks. Lamps are trimmed and filled, their wicks coaxed to a steady glow. Water is measured and warmed, vessels rinsed and placed. Each movement follows a script learned in the bones, a slow and careful choreography that keeps the life of the place stable and gentle. Offerings are prepared with practical reverence. Grain is sifted, only the cleanest saved for the shrine. Baskets of fruit are selected for evenness and calm appearance. Jars of oil are decanted in measured portions, the droplets caught with a steady hand. Bread is shaped with care, scored with simple marks. Nothing is rushed. Even abundance arrives with patience. The storehouses sit cool and shaded, a deliberate retreat for goods kept safe. Shelves of rough wood hold jars and woven sacks. Each container receives a small token or seal, a mark that names its keeper and its purpose. A clerk walks these aisles with a reed and a tablet, making small impressions that will remind others which offerings are due and when they must be renewed. Records are treated as living objects. A tablet is rubbed with a soft cloth, its surface cleared before new marks are made. Scribes prefer steady hands and soft reeds. They press with even pressure, bearing the signs into clay with patience. Lists are read aloud in low voices, the cadence measured and unhurried. Names and numbers are given weight by the voice that repeats them. Storekeepers tend to the slow work of inventory, counting and arranging. They measure sacks by hand and feel their weight against the palm. They mark jars with charcoal lines and small knots. They know the rhythm of seasons, which jars will lighten and which will be replenished. Their gestures are practical, and in them there is a soft confidence born of long repetition. Ceremonial cloths require careful attention. They are washed in cool water and patted dry on reed mats. Stains are treated patiently, scrubbed with ash and a gentle hand. Patterns are smoothed so that the cloths lie flat against an altar or a statue. The care given to fabric is a quiet devotion, an unspoken promise that the sacred will be shown respect. Sacrificial animals, when present, are tended with a calm steadiness. They are sheltered in small pens near the precinct, where straw is refreshed and water is set. Hands that care for animals understand the language of their breathing and the ease of their gait. Even the preparation for offering is conducted slowly, with no haste, so that all movements remain composed. Music has a soft presence within these hours. A harp is plucked with slow hands, each note held long enough to be heard fully. A reed player breathes in measured parts, allowing each tone to ripple and settle. Musicians practice quietly, their repetitions gentle as waves. The music frames the day, like a steady current, always present but never overwhelming. Incense is chosen with deliberation. A small pinch is enough, placed upon hot coals that glow like distant embers. The smoke curls upward, following the same slow path time and again. It carries scent to every corner, weaving through columns and into the storehouse doorways. The fragrance lingers, a soft patience that settles into the bones of the precinct. Daily cleaning is an act of steady mindfulness. Mats are beaten at dawn, dust lifted rather than struck. Brooms of bundled reeds move in familiar sweeps. Pots and bowls are rinsed, dried, and stacked with quiet order. The routine is itself a comfort, a slow metronome that marks the passing hours with gentle regularity. Lamp maintenance is exacting, but calm. Wicks are trimmed to a neat length. Oil is poured from narrow-necked jars, and any spill is attended to without fuss. Lamps are polished with a soft cloth until their metal holds a soft gleam. The light they produce is warmed and steady, and it finds the faces of those who tend the shrine with a patient, flattering touch. Stone masonry is repaired in measured stages. Plaster that is flaked away is mixed anew. Clay and chaff folded together until smooth. Hands press the mixture into cracks, smoothing with a wooden trowel. Repairs are done in segments, allowing each patch to set and breathe. There is no haste, for the structure is cared for with respect and deliberate timing. Wooden fixtures receive gentle maintenance. Doors are oiled and hinges rubbed with animal fat. Reeds that have cracked are replaced with new bundles, bound with cord. Shelves are steadied, pegs reset, and thresholds checked for wear. The slow work of repair prolongs usefulness and honors what was built, as if prolonging gratitude itself. Ceremonial vessels are polished and inspected. Bronze bowls are rubbed until their surfaces catch the light without glare. Clay cups are checked for cracks and mended with soft washes if possible. Each vessel is assigned a place and purpose. The bodies of these objects are known to those who care for them, and their small imperfections are attended with calm attention. The roster of attendants is a living schedule. Names are called softly at set times. Each attendant knows the span of their duty and how long their watch will last. Their shifts overlap quietly so that the precinct never seems to experience abrupt change. One hand takes up where another leaves off, like a slow passing of a small, luminous object. Meals for attendants are prepared in a modest, steady rhythm. Grains are boiled and seasoned with a patience that soothes. Flatbreads are shared quietly among workers, handed from hand to hand. The act of eating together binds those who tend the space, not through boisterous talk, but in the comfort of mutual, calm presence. Offer lists are recited with steady cadence. A voice reads the names of gifts and the days they are owed, and those listening nod with the assurance of understanding. These lists are not hurried, for each item represents a connection sustained by memory and careful note. The recitation smooths the passage of obligation into a friendly, regular pulse. The gardens within the precinct are maintained with slow, attentive care. Watering is done at the cool parts of the day. Pruning follows a rhythm that respects the plant's growth. Herbs for offerings are gathered by soft hands and bundled with reed twine. Paths are swept so footsteps do not bruise the soil. The garden breathes its quiet, vegetal breath into the shrine. Pottery used in ritual is shaped on slow wheels by patient hands. A potter centers the clay and lets it rise up as if coaxing a memory into form. Vessels are left to dry in the shade, turned occasionally to ensure even drying. When they are finished, each pot is given a simple score or mark, a mute signature of the hands that made it. Textiles are mended with small stitches. A seam is opened with care, threads matched and woven back together in even loops. Time is not money here. It is a measured investment. The slow reweaving of cloth is a quiet teaching about patience and about how things can be returned to service through steady work. Young novices learn the steps of service in measured lessons. They follow older attendants, matching their pace and copying their gestures. Tasks are repeated until they are quiet in the muscle. There is no push to be fast. The insistence is on correctness and calm rhythm. Each day, the novices grow steadier, their hands learning the language of the precinct. Lighting the lamps at evening is an art of gentle transitions. The priest moves along the rows, stopping at each lamp. A small fan of breath may be used to coax a stubborn flame, but the motion is soft. Lanterns are placed so that shadows fall in even curtains. The light settles like a soft shawl around statues and altars. Ceremonial calendars are consulted with a careful mind. Days of special observance are marked with dates and small rites attached. Preparations are planned well in advance. Extra textiles, more incense, doubled bread portions. There is a slow lead up to festivals, and much of the daily rhythm is adjusted in small, predictable ways to accommodate those wider days. The gatekeepers maintain a steady watch. They open and close with a deliberate slowness, checking seals and knots, making sure no rush disturbs the precinct. Their presence is unobtrusive, like the soft padding of a steady animal. They know the rhythms of arrival and departure and guard them without tension. Wax seals and tokens are used to mark batches of offerings. A string is wrapped and a knot tied in a particular way. A small tablet may be attached with a reed impression. These tokens are practical and modest. They help to keep order without fuss, and those who use them find in their repetition a kind of comfort. Smaller shrines within the precinct have their own micro-routines. A statue may be anointed at noon each day with a few drops of oil. Fresh flowers are arranged in simple, balanced patterns. The attention given to these smaller places is intimate and personal, like the care one shows to a cherished object in a private room. The movement of goods is slow and deliberate. Baskets are carried on shoulders with soft straps. Jars are traded from table to table with deliberate hands. Even the turning over of stock is paced so that wear and tear is gentle. The precinct favors sustainability through care rather than replacement. Repair lists hang in soft ink on tablets near workrooms. Craftsmen consult them when they enter, taking up small tasks in order. One will fix a latch, while another rebinds a reed bundle. Tasks are parceled out according to skill and need. The work is seen as a collective practice, a shared responsibility that keeps the whole place functioning. Ceremonial instruction is offered in low tones. Priests teach the meaning of each gesture, the way to hold a bowl, the angle at which incense should be lifted. Lessons are slow, with time given for imitation. The students learn not by speed, but by consistent repetition, matching cadence to breath in hand. Water management is practical and calm. Vessels are filled from cool cisterns, and clay jars keep water fresh. Channels are checked for slow blockages. The water used for washing a sacred cloth is distinct from that used for cleaning a floor, and those distinctions are preserved with the quiet attention of caretakers. Beads and small trinkets used in offerings are stored with care. They are kept in small, nested boxes that slide quietly from one shelf to another. Hands that take a bead measure its fit with a thumb and forefinger, placing it in a bowl for the evening. Small objects are given the same gentle respect as larger ones. Labels are placed on bundles with soft ink and reed stamps. A clerk will press a reed gently into clay, forming a quick label that will harden in time. These markings are practical and discreet, a way to say plainly what each parcel contains. The labels help hands move calmly through the work, knowing what belongs where. The soundscape is intentionally muted. Voices are low, the footfalls soft, the clatter of pottery softened by cloth pads. Even laughter is tempered and kind. This designed quietness allows concentration and a slow kind of joy to grow, like a plant that opens itself gently to the morning. Routine inspections are carried out with steady thoroughness. An elder will walk the precinct, noting where plaster has cracked, where a reed needs replacing. Their eye is trained and patient, cataloging needs without urgency. They leave instructions that are precise but gentle, trusting others to carry out the work with care. Morning offerings follow an arrangement of simple beauty: a single bowl of grain, a small cup of oil, a few sprigs of herbs arranged with unhurried balance. The gesture is sober and confident, a repetition of what matters. It is less a performance than a consistent honoring of routine and thought. Even the smell of the precinct is curated. Scented oils, dried herbs, the soft scent of sun-warmed stone are balanced. No fragrance overwhelms. The aim is a composed atmosphere where memories of many days can settle without clashing. The scent becomes a companion to the hands that work there. The steady counting of days is done with small markers. A thread might be knotted each dawn, or a pebble moved from one cup to another. These small acts make time legible without hurry. They are like breath itself, a way to notice passing moments with calm acknowledgement. Maintenance of ceremonial music instruments is gentle. Strings are tuned slowly, skins tightened just enough, reeds scraped with soft blades. The instruments are treated with patience because their sound needs to be steady and true. A flawed note is corrected not with force, but with subtle adjustment. Attendants rotate through tasks with quiet synchronization. One tends the lamp, another cleans the bowls, a third checks the storerooms. The rotation prevents fatigue and keeps routines fresh. Each person knows both their task and the rhythm of the turn, so that work is shared and balanced. Daily offerings for festivals are prepared in long, steady sessions. More bread is baked, more jars filled. The work moves like a slow tide, building toward a day whose pace will be fuller, but still measured. Even in preparation, there is an insistence on calm precision, so that the festival itself remains a gentle amplification of daily care. The precinct cultivates patience in almost all tasks. Patience is not absence of action, but a quality of attention. A hand that waits while a die sets, a mind that observes as plaster dries, a voice that speaks slowly while names of offerings are read. These are expressions of patience woven into the daily fabric. Tokens of devotion are arranged with quiet symmetry. Small piles of grain, colors of cloth folded in precise rectangles, stones set in simple lines. Each arrangement is a silent sentence. They communicate care without needing elaborate display. The practice itself becomes a rhythm that steadies the people who make it. Weather influences work with a calm adaptability. On hot days, tasks shift toward the cool hours, and on damp mornings, there is more tending of fires and drying of cloth. The precinct listens to weather like a gentle companion, adjusting schedules so that neither work nor rest is disturbed. The precinct keeps a modest archive of past offerings. Tablets note who gave what and when. These notes are read now and then, not for spectacle, but for memory. They remind attendants of their connectedness across time and of the modest continuity their care sustains. Ceremonial objects are sometimes retired with gentle acts. A worn cloth may be folded and placed in a box for less public use. A cracked bowl might be used for storage rather than display. The shift is practical and kind, recognizing the usefulness of objects even after their primary role has passed. Small repairs to the grounds are done with quiet artistry. Paths are leveled with sand and crushed limestone. Reed fences are replaced in even lengths. Stones are reset with patient pressure until their edges align. The effect is of an ongoing, gentle tending that leaves no sudden scars on the landscape. Offerings for distant days are planned with methodical calm. A clerk will mark a future date and set aside jars or cloth accordingly. In this way, the precinct houses anticipation as a practical matter, a slow preparedness that honors the future without worrying it. The daily check of wax and oil reserves is meticulous. A clerk notes which jars run low and makes a quiet list. Requests for replenishment are written on small tablets and given to supply runners. The flow of materials is steady and predictable, like the slow turning of a wheel. The precinct accommodates travelers with gentle hospitality. A small meal and a quiet place to rest are offered without ceremony. Visitors are allowed to be still and to watch the rhythms. The hospitality is not showy, but sincere, an extension of the precinct's larger habit of calm care. Tools are inventoried after use. Brushes are rinsed and stored bristle up so they will dry evenly. Saws and chisels are wrapped in cloth to protect their edges. The ritual of cleaning tools becomes a time to remember the work done, to be grateful for service rendered by simple objects. The precinct speaks in a measured silence. When voices rise, they do so in soft agreement, like two breaths matching. Corrections are offered in low tones and received without defense. The culture of the place favors steady accord over abrupt insistence, and this steadiness becomes a communal comfort. Even the exchange of coins or tokens follows a slow etiquette. Transactions are recorded with a delicate ritual, the token placed, then the tablet impressed, then the exchange made. The process is deliberate to prevent error and to keep record-keeping calm and transparent. Daylight organizes the change of tasks. Morning is for washing and lighting. Midday offers a pause for bread and quiet rest. Afternoon moves toward cleaning and polishing. Evening brings the slowing of motions and the careful dimming of light. These cycles repeat so often, they become a lullaby of habit. Hands that mend ritual garb do so with quiet patience. Small beads are resewn, hems reattached, and threads matched for color. Each clasp is checked. The garments, when finally donned, move smoothly and without fuss. The careful tending of cloth is a practical meditation. The precinct keeps an even registry of obligations. Names of families who owe offerings are recorded and revisited with gentle reminders. The reminders are not sharp commands, but friendly notices, allowing families to meet their obligations with dignity and ease. Night watches are maintained with calm resolve. A few attendants remain, their movements slow and deliberate, making sure lamps remain lit and doors remain secured. Their presence is unobtrusive, yet reassuring, so the precinct seems to breathe steadily, even in the darker hours. Quiet repairs to stone braziers or metal fittings are performed in small sessions. A craftsman will file a rim and polish a lip until water will sit without leaking. The work is unhurried and exact. Such small finishings matter, for the little imperfections are the ones that catch the eye if left untouched. Herb storage is neat and cool. Bundles are hung from rafters to dry, then placed in labeled jars. The jars are lined on shelves, according to scent and use. The methodical arrangement makes for efficient use and preserves the gentle potency of the herbs for offerings and small medicinals. The precinct avoids sudden alteration. When new items are introduced, they are incorporated slowly. A new bowl may be washed and kept in reserve before being used. Staff will test a new incense in small amounts. Gradual integration is the rule, ensuring continuity and minimizing disturbance. Daily checklists are recited in low voices. Each item ticked off is a small comfort, a reassurance that nothing has been overlooked. The checklists are not oppressively strict. They are helpful scaffolding that keeps work harmonious and manageable. Children who live nearby learn to move softly around the precinct. They are taught to lower their voices and to step lightly on the flagstones. Their presence is welcomed as a quiet joy, a reminder that care will be carried forward, taught by example rather than force. Simple decorations shift with the seasons. Wreaths of dried reeds or sprigs of greenery are chosen for calm beauty, not flamboyance. They are arranged so that the eye rests easily, inviting contemplation rather than demand. The precinct fosters a patience with materials. Clay needs time to set. Wood must acclimate to a new environment. Cloth relaxes over repeated folding. Time is respected as an ally, and so work proceeds in a way that honors natural pacing rather than trying to hurry results. The attentiveness to small things becomes a form of mindfulness. A person sweeping will notice the pattern of dust. A cloth washer will observe the texture of weave. These observations are gentle and unhurried, turning routine acts into quiet practices of presence. The staff's agreements are simple and clear. Expectations are shared, and discretion is valued. There is a mutual recognition that the sacred space is sustained by many hands, and each hand is given care in return. This reciprocity forms the soft backbone of daily life. A small library of ritual phrases is kept for use. Tablets with fixed prayers or liturgies are stored on shelves, ready for use when memory needs reinforcement. They are consulted in a hush, read in calm unison, and then returned to their place with respectful hands. The precinct is a place where small rhythms accumulate into a larger steadiness. Daily tasks, repeated with patience, become a tapestry of care. Those who move within it learn a habit of gentle attention that shapes not only the building, but the people who tend it. Words travel at the pace of breath, carried slowly from hand to hand, from clay to clay, from lamp to lamp. A single line of signs is traced and then retraced, each wedge a small, deliberate breath. The scribe moves with the unhurried rhythm of morning light, filling a quiet room. Each copy is a soft repetition, a small renewal. In the steady repetition, the text grows familiar, like a path worn through grass. The path is not forced, but chosen, walked again and again until the stones remember the weight of feet. The work is patient. The work is kind. It lets the story be taken into new hands without hurry. Over years, gestures soften. Younger hands learn the shape of signs by touching the clay, and then by watching the elder guide a stylus. Correction is gentle. A mark is smoothed with a damp finger. A stray wedge becomes a memory rather than a mistake. Marginal notes appear as quiet agreements, tiny annotations that sit like seeds in the margins. These notes do not shout. They whisper clarifications, small variants, a suggestion of a word here or a different pause there. The dialogue between texts is slow and respectful. It begins without urgency and continues with the steady patience of many small acts. Commentary grows in time like a low, careful undercurrent. A reader who knows the passage offers an observation, perhaps a gloss on a rare word, or a remark about a place that feels out of step with current practice. These side notes are not criticisms. They are maps for future hands. They are soft markers that guide someone who will come later, someone who will trace the same lines in a different light. Inscriptions of explanation form a quiet conversation across years. The walls of script hold these exchanges, subtle and calm, and the script becomes more than a text. It becomes a living archive of attention. Each generation returns with its own steady questions, its own mild adjustments. A line that once felt complete is sometimes smoothed into another cadence. A name may be spelled differently, a pause shifted, a repeated phrase allowed to bloom slightly more or less. These are not violent changes. They are the gentle shaping of language under many hands. In this way, the story remains familiar, yet flexible. It breathes with the rhythms of those who keep it. Every small change is like the bend of a reed by the stream, shaped by the current, but still holding its place. Copies are made in quiet rooms where the light is measured and the air is calm. Scribes work beside one another, each absorbed in the soft sound of stylus on clay. There is no hurry. The motion repeats and deepens, like a pulse. Teachers move among the students, correcting letter by letter, offering a patient touch. The school is a place of slow accumulation. The young learn not only signs, but the discipline of steady attention. They learn to listen to the clay and to their own breath. It is careful training in endurance, a way of preserving a voice through calm practice. Sometimes a copy is made for a temple, sometimes for a household, sometimes for a ruler's hall. Each version is placed with intent. Some become everyday objects, meant to be used in recitation, lit by oil, and heard beneath the hush of worship. Others are placed more carefully, stored in chests and wrapped in reed baskets, kept for those times when a memory must be renewed. The choice to store a tablet is a deliberate, slow decision. It does not seek to hide so much as to shelter. It recognizes fragility and attends to it with steady hands. Storage itself follows a quiet logic. Shelves are labeled with simple tags, perhaps a short phrase or a sign, and placed so tablets may be retrieved easily. They are kept in cool corners, away from the rush of rain and dust. Clay resists decay when given gentle protection. Sometimes tablets are placed in boxes, lined with straw or cloth, nested like small, patient eggs. Caretakers come through on measured schedules to check them, dusting lightly, noting a small fissure, recording the condition. These little acts of tending are the slow work of preservation, the kind that keeps memory alive. There are moments when a tablet is chosen for deeper safekeeping. It may be wrapped and sealed, its corners smoothed, its surface read and reread until the writing is clean and certain. Then it is placed in a special chamber, a space where light is dim and the air is dry. Such rooms have a hush to them, a deliberate quiet that feels like a promise. The tablet rests there, like a small artifact cradled by time. It waits without complaint, holding within its marks the careful breath of those who once spoke and wrote the lines. Sometimes tablets are placed under foundations, laid softly within the walls of new buildings. They lie under floors or between bricks, wrapped and sheltered from the weather. This practice is deliberate and humble. It is an offering to durability, a wish that words will remain even if the house above them changes. Buried in this way, texts are protected by the very weight of the structures that shelter life. The slow cool of earth keeps them safe, away from storms and fires, from careless hands. They sleep beneath the foundations, preserved in quiet darkness. Burial of texts can also be ceremonial. In such cases, the tablet is accompanied by other small objects, a token or an inscription, a sign of respect. The act of laying the object to rest is soft and reverent. The hands do not hurry. They fold the cloth, press the clay gently into a bed of straw, whisper a name or a blessing, and close the space. The quiet of that moment echoes into the future. It is an unspoken pact between then and later, a patient trust that someone will one day remember to look beneath the stones. Even when texts are kept in active use, they sometimes depart from ordinary life. A scholar may select a copy and bind it with other fragments, creating a compact collection for careful study. These small libraries are handled with measured reverence. The scholar reads, annotates, and then stores the work with deliberate order. Each note is a careful breadcrumb for those who will follow. The slow practice of scholarly attention multiplies the chances that the text will remain intelligible long after the hand that made the notes has stilled. The climate plays a quiet role in preservation. Dry air, cool cellars, and shade help to keep the clay stable. The slow accumulation of dust is not always harmful. It can form a protective veil that buffers fluctuation. In certain places, the particular marriage of earth and architecture becomes an unsentimental ally. Where conditions are gentle, clay resists the urge to crumble. Where humidity is steady and the house stands firm, the marks endure. Preservation often depends on such small, patient alignments rather than on deliberate grand plans. Time itself is a careful partner. As the years pass, the language shifts, but the sense of the story can remain. New readers approach the text with eyes that are different from the first. They interpret the marks with modern sensibilities and still feel the pull of the old voice. The cadence of the lines may seem new, yet the bones of the story rest in the familiar shapes of the signs. The continuity is not rigid. It is a continuum, a slow flow where one generation hands the story gently to the next, trusting that the essence will be recognized, if only a hand will lift the clay and pay attention. Loss and survival balance in soft ways. Not every tablet endures. Some are lost to fire, some to flood, some to the slow pressures of built life, yet others are spared by chance. A roof collapse that buries a storeroom, a foundation that seals a cache, a forgotten room that remains dry for centuries. Survival is sometimes the product of careful intention, sometimes the result of quiet luck. The living choose what they care to protect. Chance chooses what it will spare. Both act without haste, and both shape what remains for those who will come after. When texts are rediscovered, the act is steady and deliberate. Hands that unearth a buried tablet do so with quiet instruments and a gentle patience. They brush dust, lift the soft soil, and reveal the clay slowly, as one might uncover a sleeping figure. There is no abruptness, no need to force. Each uncovered line is read with a measured breath. The finding is a soft reunion, an exchange of attention across vast spans of time. The tablet returns to the light as if waking from a long, untroubled sleep. Once in light again, the tablet is handled with care. Specialists read the marks, taking the time to understand the forms and their contexts. They catalog the object in slow, steady lists, noting measurements, condition, and content. The catalog itself is a calm act of remembering. It ties the found object to a place in an archive, a shelf, a record. These lists are careful threads that connect the past object to a living chain of custody, ensuring the tablet will be tended and revisited. Sometimes rediscovered tablets are transferred to new hands across considerable distances. They may be carried from a field to a town, then from town to a larger collection. Each movement is marked by measured procedures. Wrapping is done with soft cloth. Crates are filled with straw. Records accompany the journey. Even the act of transportation is conducted with a slow respect for fragility. Those who move these objects know that haste is harmful. They choose instead steady motion, allowing the tablet to maintain its own tempo. Translation itself is a gradual art. A reader, in a later time, studies the signs, compares copies, and considers the variants noted in margins. The translator breathes slowly, weighing choices, allowing the older voice to be heard within a new sounding. This process is not a search for the exact original shade, but for a faithful echo. Each lexical decision is made with care. Marginalia from previous hands inform these choices, like gentle annotations in a long conversation. Through such patient work, the story gains fresh breath without losing its depth. Commentary also evolves in quiet layers. Early glosses may be short phrases, later ones more elaborate. A commentator may explain an obscure name with a note of geography or offer a cultural detail that lights a line. These expansions do not erase earlier readings, but sit alongside them, like small lamps placed at intervals along a hallway. A reader can follow these lights and feel guided without being hurried. The accumulation of commentary becomes a map, slow and patient, pointing the way for future readers to understand context and nuance. There are times when the very act of storing a tablet changes its fate in small, beneficial ways. A room that was once used for daily matters becomes a storehouse by gentle necessity. The tablets kept there become less subject to frequent handling, and their surfaces remain calm. A ledger that is no longer consulted keeps its margins clean. The fewer the hands, the less erosion. This quiet preservation is not miraculous. It is the result of a slow shift in use, a changing rhythm of daily life that inadvertently shields certain objects from wear. Cross-cultural transmission adds a gentle complexity. A text may be copied in one dialect and later in another. Scribal hands introduce small orthographic changes that reflect different languages or scripts, yet the core gestures of the story remain. Subtle melody of meaning travels across tongues, lightly adapted to fit new rhythms. This process is patient and respectful. It acknowledges difference without discarding the original shape. The text becomes a bridge between communities, carrying echoes of one voice into the spaces of another. The role of memory in all of this is soft and steady. Oral recitation and written copies form companion practices. Those who listen carry a living memory that can replace a missing line or restore a damaged phrase. Scribes often consult reciters to check a reading. The exchange between spoken tradition and written inscription is slow and harmonious. Each helps the other to remain true. Speech provides flexibility. Clay provides endurance. Together, they weave a preservation that moves gently through time. Preservation is also shaped by practical choices. Officials and caretakers decide what to keep based on use, reverence, or utility. A tablet with legal formulas may be renewed in every generation because its function is required. A literary text may be preserved out of cultural affection. Sometimes a text is copied because it is beautiful or because a teacher finds moral value in the lines. These selections are calm acts of judgment. They reflect the steady values of communities, not sudden changes or impulses. Even the smallest physical actions add to preservation. A caretaker's habit of oiling wooden shelves reduces friction. A reed basket lined with cloth buffers against sudden jolts. A dry room keeps the tablet from swelling and contracting with moisture. These measures are unremarkable, yet effective. They require no ceremony, only attention. Such daily care is a kind of slow devotion, a series of small acts that together create the conditions for survival over long spans. The life of commentary continues as long as readers remain curious. Annotations accumulate in thin layers, sometimes overlapping, sometimes written in a different hand or ink. These marginal notes form a patchwork of thought that enriches the tablet without overwhelming it. The margins become a neighborhood of voices, each occupying its own small space. Readers who encounter these notes feel guided by a chorus of gentle hints. They do not replace the main text. They accompany it like a quiet chorus that neither dominates nor distracts. When tablets endure through centuries and are finally housed in modern collections, the same slow ethos of care applies. Conservators study the clay, plan careful restorations, and choose materials that will not harm the original. They treat the object with the same unhurried attention that earlier hands once gave. Each repair is minimal and precise, meant to stabilize rather than to alter. The conservator's touch is methodical and calm, guided by the desire to let the text continue to speak in as untroubled a voice as possible. Even the act of displaying a tablet is done gently. Lighting is muted. Supports cradle the object at a comfortable angle. Labels provide context in soft language, not loud proclamations. The environment around the tablet is controlled and tranquil. Visitors are encouraged to approach quietly, to observe rather than to handle. The display is an invitation to a slow encounter, a chance to meet the past in a measured way. The object remains dignified, its presence unobtrusive and steady. Across time, names and meanings can be reshaped by steady scholarship. New insights emerge from slow comparative study, from careful philology, or from the patient comparison of variant readings. These advances are not sudden revelations, but gradual clarifications. Scholars build upon earlier notes, correct a line here, propose a reading there, and over years, a clearer picture emerges. The process is methodical and calm, a long conversation that deepens understanding without impatience. The transmission of such a work is never a single line. It is a braided thread composed of copies, recitations, commentaries, and guardianship. Each braid rests on the previous ones, and each addition is applied with a measured care. The whole structure sustains itself by the steady accumulation of small acts. No single moment defines the endurance. Instead, it is the patience of many hands and minds, the quiet repetition of a practice that keeps attention on the page and on the breath of the words. In quiet moments, one can imagine the path of a single tablet through generations. It is copied by a teacher who pauses to explain a rare sign. It is placed on a shelf and later wrapped for storage. It lies beneath a floor for a long sleep and is brushed free by a later hand. It is read aloud by a reciter who softens a phrase for a different audience. Each movement is gentle, each choice considered. The tablet collects these small histories, and each mark records a human presence, a deliberate act of remembering. Even when fragments remain, they speak in a hushed voice. A broken edge suggests a once complete line. A missing wedge hints at a sound that must be supplied. Scholars and readers approach these gaps slowly, offering plausible readings, cross-checking other copies, and sometimes acknowledging the space as a restful silence rather than an absence to be filled. There is dignity in not forcing completeness. Patience holds that a fragment need not be finished when it can be respected for what it shows. The archive itself can be a kind of soft shelter. Rows of tablets rest like sleeping shapes, each one held in place by careful order. The archive's routine is unhurried. Registers are kept, condition reports updated, and storage plans revised with deliberation. The flow of newcomers and the quiet exit of less used items happen without fuss. The archive accumulates not only objects, but the history of their caretaking. It is a slow biography of attention, recorded in inventories and in the quiet continuity of daily checks. Across cultural shifts, the story finds ways to be relevant. It is retold in different registers, sometimes in the language of ritual, sometimes in the voice of instruction, sometimes as a source of poetic imagery. The adaptability of the lines allows them to be used without loss of identity. Each retelling is a careful redressing, a gentle refit for new times. The story maintains a sense of center even as it moves through varied expressions, always sustained by a calm fidelity to its core movements. At times, preservation is accidental and beautiful. A house collapse that buries a storeroom may spare tablets by shielding them from later destruction. A forgotten cache, sealed by circumstance, remains immune to the changing plans of later residents. These accidents, while not aimed at preservation, result from slow changes in habitation and use. Fate here is quiet and unostentatious. It works through ordinary shifts and leaves a small legacy that can be discovered with gentle care. The slow transmission also includes the practices of copying errors and corrections. A scribe may misread a line and write a different sign. A later reader notices and adds a correction in the margin. The chain of mistakes and fixes becomes a map of reading itself. These traces reveal how people engaged with the text, where they hesitated, where they found ambiguity. The corrections are not failures, but honest records of human attention. They show a conversation across time about how best to hold the lines steady. The long life of a text depends on human rhythms, sleeps, meals, seasons, and festivals. During harvest and religious observances, attention to story may shift to other tasks, and tablets may be set aside. During quieter seasons, more attention can be given to copying and study. These cycles affect what is copied and what is stored. They create a natural tempo that shapes the pace of transmission. Over centuries, the cycles accumulate into a steady continuity that holds memory in place. The gentle discipline of copying also fosters humility. Scribes learn patience and respect for older hands. Their corrections are modest. They prefer continuity to innovation. This humility extends to scholars and custodians who handle the tablets later. They read with the same reverence, seeking to understand rather than to impose. The ethic of careful listening to the text and to earlier notes is a quiet thread that ties generations together. It ensures that the story is treated as a shared responsibility rather than a possession. Even the silence of an uninscribed tablet can be meaningful. Empty clay, sometimes kept as practice or reserved for an intended text, tells a story of potential and pause. The presence of such clay in archives speaks of plans interrupted or of hands that sought to produce and then found rest. The archive holds those pauses too, and they become part of the slow narrative of transmission. Not every intended copy is made, yet the intention itself is recorded in the objects left behind. When tablets are finally placed into modern collections, the dialogue continues in a new register. The same slow respect applies. Careful study, measured conservation, and patient interpretation. New tools aid reading, but the ethic remains the same. Specialists consult each other, publish gentle proposals, and allow time for consensus to grow. The process is steady and collegial, a continuation of the age-old practice of passing attention from one hand to another. Even as new technologies allow different forms of preservation, the underlying practices echo the old ones. Digitization can create copies that travel quickly, but the careful curatorial decisions about what to digitize, how to display, and how to explain remain rooted in patient judgment. Digital copies do not replace the tactile presence of clay, but they become another layer in the slow chain of transmission. They allow voices to be carried across modern distances while still honoring the measured pace of interpretation. The enduring beauty of this slow transmission is its unassuming nature. No single act preserves all. No single person decides the fate of the text. Instead, the continuity emerges from many small, careful choices, from quiet rituals of copying, from respectful commentary, and from the patient work of storage and burial. Each act is a soft brushstroke on a long canvas. Together, they form a tapestry that holds a story steady enough to be recognized by later hands and eyes. The preservation that results is not absolute. It is partial, selective, and often fragile. Yet within its limits, it is powerful. A few tablets, tended by steady attention, can carry a voice forward through centuries. The voice remains accessible if the next hands choose to listen. That listening is a gentle practice, an act of patience and of humble curiosity. It acknowledges the distance of time while honoring the closeness of shared human concern. In the quiet ways that people choose what to copy, where to place it, and how to annotate it, there is a thread of care. This care is not showy. It is modest and constant. It is the repeated smoothing of a corner, the careful note in a margin, the decision to place a tablet beneath a floor, the slow walk of a reciter through familiar lines. All these small acts add up to a slow, faithful form of preservation that lets stories endure in a human scale of time. The movement from active use to careful storage, from local recitation to buried safekeeping, and finally to rediscovery and study, is a sequence of slow transitions. Each stage is marked by an ethic of attention. The story survives because it is cared for by people who know how to be patient, who accept small losses as part of continuity, and who prefer steady fidelity over flashy restoration. Their quiet choices sustain voices that might otherwise have slipped into silence. Among the many hands that touch these tablets, there are moments of private reflection. A scribe pauses and reads a line aloud to herself. An elder teacher corrects a student with a soft word. A caretaker inspects a shelf and smiles at the neatness of the order. These small moments do not shape history in dramatic ways, yet they form the texture of preservation. They are the invisible stitches in the fabric that holds memory. Each one is ordinary and essential. The end result is not a single, pristine manuscript, but a living tradition of fragments, copies, notes, and careful storage. The tradition is respectful of its own history and willing to live with ambiguity. It carries forward meaning through patient repetition and gentle adaptation. The story continues to exist as a mosaic of practices, each small and deliberate, together offering continuity across many lifetimes. The slow arc of transmission shows the power of steady attention. A text entrusted to clay and human hands can survive not because of grand design, but because of countless modest acts of care. Each act is simple: a line copied, a shelf wiped, a tablet wrapped, a margin annotated, a foundation stone laid. Over centuries, these acts accumulate into resilience. The text lives on in a soft, persistent way, available to anyone willing to come and listen with calm patience. Preserving the lines through generation after generation is a humble commitment. It requires patience, repetition, and a reluctance to rush. It invites quiet rituals and steady daily habits. The result is a body of work that can cross time without losing its gentleness. It can be read, heard, and held by new hands while retaining something of the original breath. The continuity depends on this simple, enduring practice of care. And so, the story rests within many layers of human tending: copied, annotated, stored, wrapped, buried, rediscovered, and studied. Each layer adds a small measure of security. Each small act of care is a hope that someone may one day pick up the clay, trace the marks, and listen once more. The hope is patient. It needs no hurry. It trusts the slow work of generations to keep a voice alive. The voice moves slowly, a steady current moving through a long river of words, each syllable given time to settle. Breath marks the shape of a sentence, and a practiced pause allows the meaning to soften like light through dust. The reciter measures each line by heart, feeling the weight and balance of phrases as if weighing grain, knowing when to let a thought hang and when to let it fall. The cadence is gentle, a repeated pattern that comforts both speaker and listener. Repetition is a quiet anchor. Certain phrases return like small waves, the same shape that reassures memory and ear alike. These refrains create a soft architecture of sound, familiar bridges between scenes. They are not empty echoes, but quiet lanterns, guiding the mind through long stretches of narrative. Each recurrence settles the story into place, making the whole feel continuous and safe. A landscape mapped by rhythmic steps, the reciter uses measured pacing, a steadiness that resists haste. Words arrive slowly, like rainfall on a roof, each droplet distinct and counted. This tempo gives listeners time to imagine, and it gives the reciter room to recall. The spacing between lines is part of the storytelling, as important as the lines themselves. A brief silence becomes another instrument, a gentle pause that lets images breathe and listeners drift deeper into quiet attention. Memory is patient work. Repetitive lines, fixed phrases, and patterned openings all serve as gentle cues for recall. The storyteller learns to rely on stock expressions, familiar epithets, and set descriptions that slide easily from tongue to ear. These building blocks form a trusted vocabulary, stable scaffolding for longer, more unique passages. Within that scaffold, small improvisations can be woven, but the familiar phrases always bring the reciter back to the center. Call and response is a soft, communal rhythm. A led voice offers a line, and others answer with a chorus or a brief repetition. This shared pattern spreads the burden of memory and reinforces the words. Listeners become partial holders of the tale, participating with murmured refrains or repeated slogans. Their quiet echoes create a subtle safety net for the narrative, a communal rhythm that smooths the passage of long sequences and keeps attention gently engaged. The physical breath guides duration. The reciter learns to shape sentences around inhalations, aligning clauses with natural respiration. This breathcraft creates a gentle pacing, with longer phrases flowing on a sustained breath and brief images arriving on a softer exhale. The body thus becomes a metronome, steady and calm. Practice trains the lungs to match the story, and the reciter finds a restful rhythm that also fosters calm among those who listen. Gesture is restrained and soft, just enough to mark a shift or a saving image. Fingers may trace a circle for a remembered name, or the hand may rest lightly on the chest to mark a feeling. Such movements are spare, not theatrical, and they serve as private cues for the reciter and quiet signposts for attentive listeners. The gestures move slowly, like the hands of a clock, and they marry meaning to motion without startling the hush. Music can be a subtle thread beneath the voice. A simple plucked string or a low drum beat holds the tempo, unobtrusive and warm. The instrument does not lead, but cradles the words, offering a steady pulse that helps both memory and mood. The combination of voice and sparse sound creates a soft substrate, a comfortable bedrock for long narratives to rest upon. The rhythm of the music melds with breath and voice, producing a gentle continuity. Training is steady, gradual cultivation of habits, more than sudden mastery. Young reciters practice small sections, repeating lines until they become second nature. Teachers guide with quiet correction, modeling slow articulation and even breathing. Exercises include the repetition of refrains, the careful enunciation of names, and the gradual linking of episodes. Patience is central. The work of learning an extended recitation is like building a slow, enduring path through a wide plain. Patterns of language are learned not only by hearing, but by bodily repetition. The muscles of speech remember long before the mind lays down a complete map. Tongue, jaw, and throat settle into the habitual shapes of stock formulas and epithets. Through many repetitions, these motions become automatic, freeing attention for the larger narrative. The reciter can then attend to tone and slight variation, choosing when to lengthen a pause or soften a vowel for gentle emphasis. Anchoring lines appear at regular intervals, familiar turns of phrase that mark the structure of the tale. These anchors serve as rest stops where both reciter and listener can pause and orient. Each anchor has a steady tone and a rhythm that fits comfortably within the wider flow. When a reciter reaches an anchoring line, there is a subtle easing, a feeling of returning to a harbor after a brief voyage. These moments are the quiet spine of the narration. Silence is its own language. A measured pause after a key image allows the listener to hold the scene in mind and let it settle. Like sediment, the reciter learns when a pause enhances understanding and when it invites reflection. Silence can make a single line glow, and it can also act as a cushion between longer passages. In slow recitation, silence is not absence, but a shaping force, carving breathing spaces into the narrative. Variation is gentle and respectful. While many lines are fixed for memory, others are allowed soft changes, small ornaments that the reciter may alter to suit the moment. These adjustments are never abrupt. They are like the slow drift of reeds in water, slight shifts that personalize the telling without breaking the familiar pattern. Such variation keeps the recitation alive and responsive while retaining its reassuring structure. The listener's role is quiet vigilance. Attentive hearing is not intense focus, but a restful openness, a willingness to let images form without chasing them. Listeners murmur small replies at known refrains, or they may simply breathe along with the voice. This calm participation supports the reciter and creates a gentle shared space. The practice encourages a slow, communal attention that settles the gathered group into a single, relaxed presence. Chronology in long recitations is soft and rhythmic rather than rigid. Episodes are linked by recurring motifs and repeated transitions that do the work of timeline. The reciter moves from one scene to the next, using these soft joiners, phrases that signal a change in place or mood in a way the ear recognizes. These transitions are not abrupt, but become part of the song-like progression, each one easing the listener into the next image. Names have weight and are treated with care. The reciter repeats them in a measured way, often attached to known epithets that provide contextual stability. The repetition both honors the person named and provides mnemonic anchors. Sometimes a name will be invoked slowly and reverently, the syllables unfolded like a small ritual. This care in pronunciation is part of the slow craft, where every sound is an invitation to attention. Epithets and stock descriptions carry memory like beads on a string. They are short, concentrated clusters of meaning that can be slipped into varied passages to maintain rhythm and recall. Each epithet is practiced until its shape is effortless, so that the reciter may draw upon it as needed. These small phrases are comforting hooks, simple and reliable, and they keep the long stretches of narrative tethered. Imagery is offered in gentle layers. A scene will be painted with a few steady strokes. A river described by its slow current, a palace by its cool shade, a mountain by its silent bulk. The reciter avoids excess detail, preferring to suggest rather than enumerate. The limited, repetitive imagery allows listeners' imaginations to fill in the softer edges, creating a shared mental landscape that is peaceful and coherent. Mnemonics appear in subtle patterns of sound, assonance, alliteration, and repeated endings that create a musicality useful for recollection. These sonic patterns are woven into the lines with restraint, forming a soft latticework that the mind can follow. They do the quiet labor of linking ideas and scenes, easing the reciter's task as the mind moves from image to image. The result is a steady, song-like progression of connected elements. Rhythm is shaped by both syllable and sense. The reciter divides long sentences into rhythmic units that feel natural to the ear, aligning phrase endings with subtle rests. This division produces a lulling meter, not strict like measured poetry, but regular enough to be soothing. The near regular pulse is companionable, like the rocking of a small boat, and it encourages listeners to relax into the flow of language. Refrain serves as communal memory. When a recurring line is reached, it signals to the group a moment of shared recognition. Even those who are only partially attentive will catch the familiar phrase and feel a gentle alignment with the voice. This shared moment of recognition creates a feeling of belonging and continuity, a reminder that the tale is carried together. The reciter's pace accounts for the varied capacities of listeners. A careful teller observes the room and adapts tempo to keep the group comfortably attentive. If sleepiness deepens, the voice lingers longer on softer vowels, slowing further. If alertness rises, subtle tightening returns to the rhythm. These adjustments are slow and unhurried, never abrupt, always in service of sustaining a calm, steady attention. Practice includes quiet rehearsal with minimal audience. A reciter may murmur through long passages alone, adjusting breath and timing, aligning the body to the story's length. These private repetitions are like walking the path ahead of time, feeling each step. The solitary practice builds a confidence that supports the public utterance, and it trains the voice to remain even when fatigue appears. Audience movement is welcomed as part of rhythm. A murmured assent, a soft cough, or a slow stretch are unobtrusive signals that life continues around the story. Reciters learn to accept these small noises as part of the whole, and they do not break stride for them. Instead, such sounds blend into the background like distant wind, allowing the voice to continue in its unhurried course. Long sequences are learned in nested layers. Small units are mastered first, then linked into medium sequences, which are then joined into greater arcs. This nested approach allows progress without overwhelming memory. Each layer is practiced until it feels natural, and the reciter moves upward only when the lower layers are secure. The process is steady, gradual, and reassuring, favoring long-term recall over hurried accumulation. The role of teacher is quiet guidance. Corrections are gentle and precise, focusing on a single aspect at a time: a breath, an articulation, a pacing decision. The teacher models rather than scolds, demonstrating the long, calm tone and the patient rhythm. Their presence is steady, not intrusive, helping learners to shape habits of voice that will last through many nights of telling. Storytellers attend to the ends of sections, knowing that a clear closure on one image eases entry into the next. These closures are offered without flourish, a simple settling of the voice that signals transition. The end of a scene is like ducking into a small alcove, a moment of rest before resuming the walk. The careful ending prepares both reciter and listener to continue without effort. Textual fragments act as prompts. When a physical tablet or a written line is present, the reciter glances briefly, using the visible fragment as a gentle cue. Such prompts are used sparingly and tend to be only a nudge, not the primary support. The voice remains the center, and the written marks are small signposts along a well-traveled road, rarely needing more than a passing acknowledgement. The social context tempers the tempo. In a private household, the recitation may be slower, more intimate. In a communal space, the pacing may adopt a slightly stronger pulse to hold more ears. But even when slightly more vigorous, the telling retains a calm core. The voice aims always to soothe rather than stir, preferring the slow unfolding of a long narrative over sharp theatricality. Older reciters carry tonal memory like stored light. Their years of repetition allow them to hold long stretches without written help, and their voice is seasoned by decades of measured pacing. Younger listeners take comfort in this steadiness, and the older voices often set the standard for the group's rhythm. This elder steadiness is not showy, but simply reliable, a quiet authority of time and experience. The recitation ritual is often framed by routine. Small gestures start and end a session, a clearing of the throat, a brief silence, a tuning of a string. These gestures are not dramatic but soothing, forming a predictable beginning and allowing minds to settle. The routine acts like a familiar doorway, easing participants into the shared experience and signaling the gentle suspension of ordinary concerns. Small variations in voice color are used with restraint. A slightly darker tone may accompany a somber image, while brighter inflection may be offered for a lighter moment. But changes are subtle. The overall monotone remains, and any color shifts are gentle. They function like a soft wash of color across a tapestry, adding shape without interrupting the calm flow of sound. Tempo is connected to content in an understated way. Scenes of travel may be recited with a slight forward pull, scenes of rest with a slackened cadence. These modal shifts are soft and gradual, like a slow bend in a river, guiding the ear through differing moods without abruptness. The reciter modulates within a narrow band, keeping the soothing quality constant. Small choruses or communal lines appear at predictable intervals. These are simple refrains that the group can join, knitting together audience and reciter. The choruses are usually short, restful phrases that reinforce the main story and provide a gentle, shared rhythm. They turn the recitation into a cooperative act of remembrance and create a calm resonance across voices. Failure to recall is handled with grace. When a line fails to come, the reciter uses known anchors to reorient, or the group gently supplies a missing phrase. This shared recovery is quiet and unembarrassed, a recognition that the tale belongs to all. The recovery itself becomes part of the ritual, reinforcing the communal nature of memory and softening any stress the moment might cause. Breathing exercises are simple and integrated. Before long passages, reciters may inhale deeply a few times to steady breath, then settle into even, shallow respiration that sustains longer lines. These small practices become automatic and unobtrusive, supporting a calm voice that moves steadily through the narrative. Breath is always the quiet foundation. Listeners' dreams are sometimes shaped by the images they hear. The slow images settle as soft impressions, taking root in the mind's quieter moments. Because the telling is measured and repetitive, the scenes are less likely to jolt than to dissolve gently into the listener's own inner landscape. The narrative becomes a companion to sleep rather than a provocation to wakefulness. The structure of long recitations favors circular return. Themes and images come back in known patterns, so the listener feels continually reoriented, never lost for long. This circle of return creates a soft assurance, like returning to a familiar room at intervals while exploring a long hallway. The cyclical nature is calming, reinforcing continuity across extended stretches. Syllabic length is practiced carefully. Long rolling names are articulated with even spacing, so they do not trip the rhythm. Short, energetic words may be softened by extension to fit the calming tempo. This flexible shaping keeps the overall gait even and prevents jagged edges in the speech. The reciter shapes sound so that it flows like a slow current, unbroken. Confidence builds slowly through repetition. Each successful rehearsal increases the reciter's comfort, and that comfort shows as a smoother voice. The audience feels this ease as a steady quality in the telling, and the group relaxes further. Over time, the shared calm deepens, and the recitation becomes more like a shared breath than an act of performance. Small laughter may ripple quietly at moments of gentle wit, but it is soft and contained. Such reactions are part of the human warmth of the gathering, and they blend into the overall hush without disturbing the steady flow. The reciter accepts these tiny sounds as natural textures in the audience fabric and continues without hurry. Mnemonic lists within the narrative are delivered with a particular slowness. When names of places, gifts, or items are recited, the pace lengthens just enough to ensure clarity. These lists are often framed by repeated markers that show their beginning and end, making them easier to hold in memory. The careful listing teaches an orderly attention, a gentle cataloging that is restful rather than taxing. The reciter respects the limits of endurance. Long sessions are broken into natural pauses for rest and reflection. These halts are part of the discipline, not failures, and they preserve the clarity of voice and attention. The audience rests along with the storyteller, and the shared break strengthens the continued calm of the next stretch. Accents of regional speech are preserved but smoothed. Local pronunciations may give color to names and places, and the reciter keeps them, but often in softened form, so that the steady rhythm is not disturbed. This gentle smoothing creates a neutral cadence that listeners from various places can accept, maintaining the soothing quality across differences. The story's ethical and emotional threads are woven slowly, not pressed. Moral points are gently implied rather than hammered, and moments of feeling are allowed to linger quietly. The reciter trusts the listener to absorb the lessons over time. This slow moral pedagogy is subtle and patient, like seeds laid in fertile soil. The end of a nightly session is unceremonious, a soft closing line that releases attention back to everyday life. The voice lowers slightly, and the final refrain offers a familiar sound that signals temporary repose. The transition back to ordinary speech is gradual, with a few ordinary remarks or small routine acts following the close, smoothing the shift from story space to life space. Accuracy is valued but not rigid. Slight shifts in wording or ordering are tolerated if they preserve the tale's spirit. The oral tradition allows for flexible transmission while maintaining core contours through repetition. This adaptive fidelity supports continuity without demanding identical replication, and it promotes a resilient, gentle preservation of memory. Shared ownership of the narrative is a quiet principle. The tale belongs to the community as much as to any single voice, so its telling is an act of collective remembrance. This shared guardianship reduces the pressure on any one person and spreads the responsibility for preservation across many calm, practiced keepers. Nighttime recitations favor slow images and restful themes more than strife. Even when difficult scenes arise, the voice eases their edge, flattening sharpness into steady description. The reciter shapes tone so that even tense moments unfold like long shadows, allowing listeners to receive them without jolt. This tempered approach supports the overall aim of tranquil transmission. The long arc of the story is anchored by periodic, restful repetitions that reassure both reciter and listener. These regular returns keep the mind from wandering too far and provide gentle resets in attention. The effect is cumulative, a gradual deepening of understanding and calm rather than a series of startling revelations. As memory holds pieces, the reciter learns to fold them into broader images. Small incidents become motifs, repeated to weave a tapestry of meaning. This weaving is slow, patient work, and it relies on rhythmic repetition to bind episodes together. The listener absorbs the growing pattern gradually, and the story's deeper shape emerges like a slowly revealed panorama. Even with many years of practice, humility remains. The reciter knows the tale lives beyond any single telling, and this knowledge encourages a respectful steadiness. There is no rush to own each line. Instead, the voice carries what it can with care. This modest attitude fosters a calm, communal approach to memory and meaning. Footing is found in the simple repetition of a few central lines. These become the steady undertow of the telling, small recurring currents that keep the narrative moving in a single direction. The reciter can rely on these lines to re-establish course whenever detail threatens to drift. They are compass points, quietly steady and always available. Older refrains act like familiar songs hummed in the background. They are not intrusive, but provide a soft continuity that listeners recognize over time. The familiarity soothes and allows the mind to settle into a predictable auditory landscape. In that landscape, even unfamiliar images feel less foreign because they are cradled by the known patterns. Teaching others is an act of passing on calm. Experienced reciters show novices the slow methods of repetition, the shaping of breath, and the use of anchors. The instruction is patient and encouraging, modeling the steady tone rather than demanding rapid competence. This slow pedagogy produces new keepers who will maintain the tranquil methods learned. The pace of the telling mirrors a slow walk. Each phrase is another step, steady and even, never rushed. The reciter measures distance not in hours, but in repeated lines and returned refrains, moving steadily forward. The journey is as much about the slow rhythm as it is about the episodes mapped along the way. In gatherings, the warmth of shared presence softens the voice. The reciter listens to the room, letting the group's collective breathing influence tempo. The mutual alignment of breath and sound fosters a communal lull, and the recitation becomes a shared quiet rather than a directed lecture. This mutual shaping is delicate, an unspoken coordination that keeps the pace gentle. Endurance is cultivated by attention to small details, a relaxed posture, evenly paced speech, and a calm inner focus. These bodily habits allow long recitations without strain. The reciter becomes attuned to subtle signs of fatigue and responds by lengthening rests or simplifying ornamentation. This care preserves the slow continuity central to the practice. The constant return to certain images creates a map in the mind rather than a strict script. Listeners navigate by motifs and refrains, not by precise recall of every detail. This mapping supports restful attention, since it frees the mind from the pressure to memorize everything and allows it to rest in pattern and repetition. Simple instruments or gestures mark section changes gently. A single pluck of a string or a doubled hand rest signals a shift without startling. These markers are unobtrusive and consistent, forming a soft punctuation in the flow. They help pacing and provide reassuring signals to both reciter and audience. Over time, the telling becomes an inherited voice. Younger readers learn to shape phrases like their elders did, preserving a calm manner across generations. The continuity of tone is as important as the continuity of content, and the steady voice becomes a cultural habit passed quietly from teacher to student. The story's heart is made of repeated motifs and measured phrases that together form a slow, soothing constancy. Each repetition is a tiny folding of memory, an act of quiet preservation. The reciter moves through these folds with careful attention, producing a voice that is restful, steady, and enduring. The sounds lay down like gentle footsteps, leading the listener forward in a long, calm rhythm. A low light settles over the room, where rows of small desks sit like stones in a quiet river. Each desk holds a damp tablet, a thin reed stylus, and a listening student whose breath matches the slow rhythm of the place. The air carries the faint scent of wet clay and ink, steady and familiar. Fingers move with patient care, pressing small wedges into the soft surface. Each mark is deliberate, a quiet shaping of form carried out in unhurried time. Hands learn their way slowly, the stylus held like a small compass. Fingers press, lift, turn, and press again. The same signs are practiced until the motion becomes calm and even, a repeated ritual of learning. Eyes follow the teacher's hand, then close slightly to imagine the strokes. The room breathes with the repetition of these small movements. Each student copies, not hurriedly, but with a soft concentration that smooths the edges of thought. There is a gentle order to the exercises. The teacher speaks in measured phrases, naming shapes and sounds, and the students repeat them softly, not to startle the silence, but to weave small threads of language into memory. Lines of signs are copied over and over. Lists of names, grains, and weights roll across the tablets like steady waves. The sameness brings comfort. The mind quiets, focusing on the curvature of a wedge, the angle of a mark, the steady joining of sound and sign. The tools are simple and familiar. Clay is pressed into shallow molds and smoothed by small wooden paddles. The reed stylus rests on the edge of the desk, its tip trimmed and cared for. A small bowl of water sits quietly nearby, a source of controlled moisture to keep the clay receptive. Students learn to sense when the tablet is ready, when it holds the impression cleanly without crumbling. That patience is a lesson in itself, a practice of timing and gentle touch. Teachers move through the room with slow footsteps, a soft presence that corrects and guides without sharpness. A hand hovers, adjusts a wrist, demonstrates the slight twist that makes a wedge hold its own. Corrections are given softly, spoken in low tones that do not break the calm. Praise is measured and brief. Mistakes are folded into the next attempt, treated as small adjustments rather than faults. The atmosphere is steady, like a quiet tide shaping the edges of a shoreline. The curriculum is a steady ladder of signs, beginning with simple wedges and progressing to more complex clusters. Students begin with basic strokes, then combine them into syllables, then into words. Exercises repeat patterns in different orders, so the hand and the ear learn to recognize rhythm. Gradually, names of goods and measures join the practice. Then phrases from older texts, phrases that carry memory and instruction. Each layer builds slowly on the last, without rush, like adding thin layers of glaze to pottery. Daylight moves through narrow windows, painting soft strips of warmth on the benches. The passage of light tells time without sharp bells or calls. Students feel the sun move and pace their practice accordingly. Breaks are short and restful. Hands rest in laps. Eyes roll gently to the sky outside, and the breath settles into a deeper pace. When practice resumes, the rhythm returns as if continuing a calm song that was briefly paused and then picked up again. Sound in the room is a hushed river, the scraping of stylus on clay, the whisper of a teacher's voice, the soft turning of a tablet. These sounds form a steady background hum. They are not distractions but anchors, guiding attention back to the matter at hand. The repetition of sounds in practice lines helps memory. Certain sequences are spoken aloud in unchanging cadence, forming a living metronome for the hands. Even silence becomes part of the lesson, a space where signs are formed in the mind. Young learners begin with simple content, counts, measures, the names of everyday objects. They practice the word for grain, the symbol for water, the wedge that marks a numerical unit. These practical words ground the practice in the world outside the room. Students imagine fields and canals, ovens and looms. While their hands form these basic signs, the connection between the tablet and the city beyond is subtle but real. Each sign a small mirror of things that move in daily life. As skill grows, so does the repertoire. Proverbs and short lines are introduced, phrases that condense observation into neat, repeatable forms. These lines are practiced repeatedly until they settle in both ear and hand. Teachers choose phrases that are steady and measured, sentences without flourish, so that the learner's pace remains calm. The repetition of these phrases is like a long, patient chant, steadying thought and lending a gentle clarity to the mind. The teacher's voice is low and even. Instructions are given in short segments, each segment complete in itself. Students are encouraged to pause, to breathe, to feel the motion of the wrist before making the next stroke. The tempo is unhurried. There is no haste in correction. A slight misplacement is adjusted, demonstrated once more, and then left to be practiced again. The slow cadence of instruction helps the student internalize both the form and the spirit of the signs. Copying older texts is part of the steady work. Students take fragments of longer works and lay out their lines carefully. The goal is not haste, but fidelity. Each sign is copied with attention, the hand moving in a measured pattern that respects the lineation of the original. These exercises are gentle pilgrimages into language. The student follows each mark as if tracing a remembered path, letting the rhythm of the text guide the wrist along a familiar road of inkless memory. There is also an element of creativity that slips quietly in between practice and habit. As hands grow steadier, students are given small space to form their own combinations of signs. These are simple phrases, practical notes, or brief observations recorded on small tags. The act of composing gently engages thought, tying the learned forms to the student's own voice. This creativity is kept soft and practical, a low flame that warms but does not blaze. It encourages confidence and quiet ownership. Discipline in the room is not harsh, it is patient and consistent. The teacher's presence is an anchor. Students respond to steady expectation rather than loud reprimand. The rhythm of practice becomes its own discipline. The daily repetition, the continual return to form, shapes character. Each tablet completed is a small proof of steady attention. The accumulation of such small proofs slowly molds a confident and measured skill. Practice is often communal. Students sit side by side, copying from the same exemplar, sharing the same measured breaths. They watch each other's hands, learn from slight differences, and correct each other gently when instructed. The communal aspect creates a shared tempo, a unison of small actions. Even in quiet, the room hums with a soft, collective focus. Learning in this way becomes an unspoken pact, a mutual cultivation of patience and precision. There is a ritual to beginning and ending a session. Before the stylus touches clay, hands are washed and dried. The teacher looks over each prepared tablet, nods minutely when it meets the right texture. At the end, finished tablets are set aside to rest, a soft pile of completed efforts. The routine frames learning as a repeated ceremony, a quiet habit that lends structure to the passage of days. These small rituals calm the mind and steady the hands. The content of practice often reflects the practical needs of the surrounding community. Lists of rations, names of workers, tallies of livestock. These practical texts are woven into lessons. Students learn to write what the city needs written. By doing so, their work has direct relevance beyond the lesson room. This connection to daily life lends gentle purpose to practice. It is not abstract learning, but a slow preparation to serve the rhythms of the public world. Teachers sometimes read aloud from longer tablets, not to entertain, but to provide a steady auditory model. Their voices are low, almost monotone, intentionally even, so that the words fall into predictable patterns. Students listen and mark lines that mirror the spoken rhythm. The spoken model stabilizes pronunciation and helps align the hand to the ear. The sound itself is calming, a steady flow of measured syllables that complements the punctuated marks of the stylus. Mistakes are treated like small ripples on the surface of a calm pond, noticed, observed, and allowed to integrate back into the practice. When a sign is misplaced, the student smooths the clay gently and tries again. There is no erasure or harsh correction, only patient reapplication. This approach preserves the material and the learner's dignity. The work proceeds slowly, with compassion, and the room retains a persistent softness even when error occurs. Scribes in training learn to keep their tools in order. Styluses are cleaned and trimmed, tablets stacked by size, and small brushes kept to sweep away excess clay. The habit of care extends to the way tablets are stored and labeled. Even the smallest act of maintenance is taught as part of the craft. Orderliness is not oppressive here. It is a calm practice that makes the work possible and steady. Care becomes a part of the discipline, quietly reinforcing the steadiness of the mind. The pace of instruction allows for deep observation. Students are encouraged to look closely at ancient examples, to notice the subtle differences in stroke and angle. They learn to see the hand behind the sign, to imagine the motion that created it. This close attention cultivates a reflective mind. The learner is invited to slow down, to trace each mark in thought before reproducing it. The practice fosters a patient eye as much as a steady hand. There is an unspoken poetry in the repetition itself, the metronome of practice, the slow layering of signs, the steady cadence of the teacher, all combine into a meditative motion. Students enter a quiet rhythm where the outer world seems distant, and the act of forming signs becomes a calm center. In this space, learning feels less like acquisition and more like return, a gentle coming home to a craft that has its own measured logic. The schoolroom is also a place of mentorship. Older students, those whose hands move with ease, sometimes guide younger ones. Their corrections are subtle, a gentle touch here, a brief demonstration there. This peer guidance strengthens community bonds and provides models that are close at hand and easy to emulate. It also teaches the older students to slow down and articulate the motion of their own skill. Teaching becomes a quiet way to reinforce one's own practice. Practice includes lines that teach counting and calculation. Numbers are marked with careful wedges and grouped in orderly columns. Students learn to align digits, to place units and tens, to keep tallies that could be read quickly by another hand. The calm precision of these numerical exercises trains the mind to structure thought in clear, measured ways. These skills are useful for many tasks beyond the room, and their practice quiets the mind with tidy patterns. The physical posture of the scribal practice is important. Students sit upright but relaxed, shoulders softened, wrists supported. The angle of the hand affects the shape of each wedge. Teachers adjust posture gently, suggesting a slight lift of the elbow or a softer grip. The body learns to accommodate the task with minimal strain. Over time, the body remembers the correct alignment, and the motion becomes almost automatic, leaving the mind free to settle into a gentle awareness. Practice sessions are sometimes broken into focused themes. One day may emphasize numerical lists, another may concentrate on administrative phrases, and another on short narrative lines. This rotation keeps the practice steady, yet varied. The mind is given novelty in manageable amounts, enough to stay attentive, but not so much that it becomes restless. The gentle variety supports sustained interest and a deepening of skill. Attention to detail is a cultivated virtue here. The teacher asks students to look for small asymmetries, slight misalignments, or a wedge that is too deep. These fine observations refine perception. Over time, students learn to notice subtleties without anxiety. The act of attentive correction is calm and precise. The slow honing of perception feels like polishing a smooth stone, revealing a quiet clarity underneath. Sound and rhythm continue to play a role in memory. Certain sequences are set to soft-spoken cadences that the teacher repeats. The hands then follow the cadenced sound, linking auditory rhythm to tactile motion. This cross-modal practice reinforces memory more gently than memorization through force. It is a kind of slow music where each gesture answers a spoken beat, and memory grows out of the steady interplay. The teacher sometimes uses analogies to natural cycles to explain practice. Learning is likened to the slow growth of a tree, or the steady flow of a river, or the repeated turning of a potter's wheel. These metaphors soothe the learner, placing the work inside larger, calm processes. The image of gradual growth reassures students that proficiency arrives through persistent, unhurried effort rather than sudden leaps. Repetition is balanced with reflection. After a period of copying, students are invited to close their eyes and recall the sequence they practiced. They imagine the motion in slow detail, tracing each wedge with the mind's eye. This restful recall strengthens kinesthetic memory and calms the mind. The exercise is not taxing, it is restorative. A soft wind that settles dust and clarifies form. There is also an ethical dimension quietly woven into instruction. Students are taught to respect the texts they copy, to handle tablets with care, and to value the words of elders. This sense of respect is more than courtesy. It is a way to instill steadiness and humility. The habit of gentle handling and reverent copying nurtures a calm attitude toward learning and toward the wider community these texts serve. As skill deepens, students encounter more complex grammatical signs and verb forms. These are introduced slowly, with many small examples and repetitive drills. The teacher breaks them down into steady steps, giving time for each new pattern to settle before moving on. The small, controlled advances prevent overwhelm. The mind has space to integrate each new form, building a sturdy foundation of language, like careful stones placed one by one. Copying long lines tests endurance. Students learn to pace themselves, taking measured breaks to prevent strain. The teacher models pacing, demonstrating how to maintain calm attention over an extended period. Endurance here is not about force, but about maintaining quiet focus. The ability to keep a steady hand for long lines becomes a mark of true skill, a gentle stamina cultivated through consistent practice. There is a quiet pride in completed tablets. Each finished piece is a small testament to time spent in gentle effort. Teachers sometimes mark a particularly careful tablet with a small notation of approval. These marks are modest and infrequent, offered as a soft recognition that reinforces steady labor. The accumulation of well-made tablets builds a student's confidence like the gradual raising of a structure stone by stone. The sound of the reed stylus tapping the clay is a soft rhythm that steadies the mind. When many hands work together, their sounds form a low chorus, horizontal lines of motion that extend across the room. This chorus is calming rather than distracting. It forms a shared tempo that aligns the students' work into a calm, collective heartbeat. The rhythm itself becomes a guide, helping each hand find its own steady pace. Attention to hand and eye coordination is taught through small, precise drills. The teacher demonstrates a stroke slowly, then asks the student to reproduce it in 3 steps. The student repeats the motion, focusing on the exact angle and pressure. This slow segmentation of motion trains both mind and body. Over time, the sequence becomes a single, smooth gesture, no longer needing conscious control. The hand learns to remember what the eye has studied. The practice of copying includes attention to spacing and alignment. Tablets are arranged so that lines are evenly placed and margins are respected. Students learn to judge distances by eye and by feel, placing signs so they read clearly. The habit of orderly spacing reinforces mental organization. A well-aligned tablet is satisfying to both create and read, and the act of aligning signs cultivates a calm patience. The classroom philosophy values quiet perseverance. Progress is measured in small increments, not dramatic leaps. Teachers encourage students to observe their own gradual improvement, recognizing a subtle neatness in one stroke or a keener sense of proportion becomes a small joy. These small recognitions nourish a slow confidence that does not demand loud affirmation. The learner grows steadily, like a plant turning toward light. Writing practice is sometimes paired with reading aloud. A student copies a line, then reads it aloud in a soft voice, and listens to the teacher's gentle correction. This pairing aligns the ear to the hand and fosters a holistic sense of the language. The practice of reading softly after writing reinforces retention. It is a quiet dialogue between the sign and the sound, and it deepens the calm understanding of both. The teacher uses a few simple gestures to maintain calm control. A slight lift of the hand means pause. A soft tap indicates attention to posture. A slow nod invites continuation. These gestures are unobtrusive and effective. They allow guidance without interrupting the gentle flow of practice. The classroom operates with a restrained choreography, each small motion integrated into the larger rhythm of learning. Over time, students develop a tactile memory for the stylus and the clay. The hand remembers the right pressure, the slight tilt, the moment to lift. This muscle memory frees the mind to engage with meaning rather than form. The learner can then think about phrasing, ordering, or the sense of a passage, while the hand continues its practiced motion. This separation of motion and thought creates a calm efficiency in the work. The environment itself is designed to soothe. Benches are smooth and worn, edges softened by years of use. Light is diffuse and gentle. Walls are plain but orderly. Objects are placed with care and kept in small, tidy clusters. These surroundings support a serene state of mind, minimizing distractions and encouraging steady attention. The room becomes a place where one's thoughts can settle and the hand can move in quiet confidence. Practice sometimes extends beyond standard lessons into private study. Students take small tablets home to review the forms in a personal space. In solitude, they repeat the quiet rhythms of the classroom at their own pace. This solitary practice deepens the feeling of mastery in a gentle way. It allows learners to internalize lessons without the presence of others, building a private confidence that complements the communal learning in the room. The sensibility taught in the school reaches into other tasks. The patience cultivated in copying becomes useful in keeping records, in careful measurement, and in diplomatic wording. The steady hand and measured mind are valuable in many kinds of work. Thus, learning here is practical and quietly influential. It shapes the way students approach all forms of task, instilling a calm methodicalness that serves both small and large responsibilities. Language study includes attention to idiom and tone. Students learn which phrases are formal, which are practical, and which are reserved for specific tasks. This sensitivity to register is cultivated gently through many small examples. Recognizing the right tone for a tax list versus a formal letter becomes a refined skill. The practice tunes the ear to subtle differences and teaches students to match form to function with quiet discernment. Correction sessions are brief and focused. A teacher will take a student aside, point out a repeated mistake, and demonstrate the corrected motion slowly. The student then practices under calm supervision for a few moments. The emphasis is on immediate, small corrections rather than lengthy criticism. This method keeps the learner's spirit steady and avoids discouragement. Learning continues like a slow walk with occasional adjustments to the path. The materials used in practice are treated with respect. Clay tablets are kept clean, styluses are repaired, and references are stored safely. Students learn to account for their materials and to leave the room in good order. This habit of care extends beyond the work itself and becomes a quiet ethic. Taking responsibility for one's tools reinforces a steady approach to all responsibilities. Part of the training involves learning to transcribe older hand styles. Teachers present examples from different hands and ask students to match their form. This exercise sharpens the eye and widens the learner's understanding of variation. It also cultivates an appreciation for the individuality of other hands. The practice remains calm, a slow study of difference, rather than a demand for uniformity. Scribes practice copying with attention to fidelity. They learn that certain passages require exact reproduction, while others allow slight variation. The teacher explains these distinctions in soft tones. This discernment is taught gradually, with many examples. Making these judgments becomes a quiet art, a balancing of care and practicality that is learned through steady repetition and thoughtful observation. Students are encouraged to notice the small history embedded in each tablet. A faded bevel, a softened corner, or a faint correction speaks of previous hands and days. Observing these traces fosters a quiet sense of continuity. Learners sense themselves as part of an ongoing chain of practice, linked to those who came before. This feeling of connection calms the mind and gives a humble sense of purpose to the daily work. Practice includes occasional small competitions, framed as friendly exercises to encourage careful work. Students compare their neatest tablets in low-stakes showings. The competitions are gentle and supportive, not noisy or divisive. They provide a modest incentive to refine skill and take pride in careful work. The tone remains calm. The aim is steady improvement, not loud victory. Teachers sometimes tell brief, steady anecdotes related to the practice. These stories are short and gentle, chosen to illustrate patience, care, or the value of quiet labor. They are not dramatic tales, but tiny parables, soft and instructive. The stories serve as gentle moral reminders that echo the slow lessons of the desk. They are like small lamps, casting a soft light on the path of learning. The practice of copying official lists reinforces an ethic of accuracy. Students learn that errors in records can cause confusion or delay in daily life. This practical consequence motivates attentive work without stirring fear. The awareness of responsibility grounds practice in usefulness. Learning becomes not just a private skill, but a public service, calmly appreciated and carefully performed. The training room maintains a steady temperature and controlled light to protect the clay. These practical measures reflect a broader habit of thoughtful planning. The environment is not austere, but it is intentional. Comfort is provided in measured ways that support concentration. These small attentions to the learning space reinforce the steady tone of instruction and the enduring quality of the work. Memory devices are simple and repetitive. Short chants, paired gestures, and patterned lists are used to fix sequences in the mind. These devices are slow, methodical, and non-intrusive. They align with the calm rhythm of the classroom, reinforcing retention in a soothing manner. The techniques are effective and gentle, suited to long-term recall rather than quick memorization. There is a reverent patience in the way errors are handled. A teacher might point out a subtle inconsistency and suggest a calm practice routine to correct it. The suggested routine is modest and regular, asking only for a few measured repetitions each day. This approach honors the student's pace and capacity, trusting that steady small efforts will yield change over time. The method is kind and reliable. The teacher models humility as a part of learning. Even skilled hands are not above careful review. The teacher occasionally revises a section in full view of students, demonstrating that mastery requires ongoing care. This modeling teaches that steady practice is lifelong and that careful attention is a habit rather than an achievement. The gesture encourages students to remain open to continual refinement. Writing practice is closely linked to observation of the world. Students are asked to record simple daily events, like the arrival of a caravan or the measurement of a field. Recording these small happenings trains the eye to notice and the hand to preserve. The act of documenting life gently connects the student to the broader community, embedding skill in ordinary usefulness. Instruction balances precision with flexibility. Students are taught standard forms, but also learn when variation is acceptable. This balance is conveyed through small examples and repeated practice. The goal is not rigid conformity, but a stable adaptability. The learner develops a steady hand and a calm judgment about when to maintain form and when to allow slight variation for context. Teachers periodically show exemplary tablets as models of balance and care. These examples are not presented as unattainable ideals, but as quiet goals to approach. Students study them slowly, noting the spacing, the depth of wedges, and the evenness of lines. The examination is calm and reflective, encouraging a gentle striving toward improved craft rather than anxious competition. The daily rhythm of the school fosters a slow accumulation of competence. Each session adds a small increment to skill, and over weeks and months, the increments compound into reliable ability. This steady progression is celebrated quietly. Teachers and students alike notice the subtle improvements and allow them to be their own quiet reward. The rhythm supports a long view of learning, a patient trust in steady growth. Throughout, the practice remains a calm dialogue between hand and mind. The stylus translates thought into form, and the form reflects back, clarifying thought in turn. This reciprocal process deepens understanding as it cultivates craft. The work is not hurried or dramatic. It is slow, steady, and quietly profound. A patient shaping of skill and mind that continues with measured care, line by line, day by day. Shelves stand in quiet rows, like patient columns in a calm hall. Each shelf holds a small town of tablets, each tablet a pressed memory, a small map of thought. Light moves slowly across the tops, falling soft and even. Dust rests in fine, pale layers. The air carries the steady scent of clay and old reed. Careful hands move through the aisles with slow, steady steps, matching the measured beat of time that keeps the room gentle and still. Wooden labels hang from the ends of shelves, thin and warm to the touch. Each label bears a short mark or a simple sign, a small promise that things will be found again. The signs are simple and clear, made to steady the mind and guide the hands. A caretaker approaches, reads the soft strokes, and the face relaxes. There is no hurry. The labels steady the breath, and the shelves return to being patient hosts of many small voices. Small tags of clay lie tucked against certain tablets, like quiet companions. They carry a few marks pressed with a compact stylus, naming a place, a scribe, a date, or a short item of content. These tags fit gently in the curve of a tablet, keeping memory close. When hands lift a tablet, the tag is read slowly and returned. The rhythm of tag and tablet is a slow conversation, a meeting between form and meaning that never demands speed but asks for attention. There are lists, written in careful columns, that trace the order of things. Each line is patient and deliberate, each number a measured pulse. Scribes have formed these lists in thin columns, leaving space so that eyes may rest. The lists are both map and compass. To read them is to slow one's pace and follow a regular path. As a hand slides along the inked signs, the mind steadies, and the room breathes as if in a single, long exhale. Inventory rolls, bound in strips or recorded on tablets, mark the counts of the collection. A keeper opens a record and reads aloud in a voice that almost sleeps. The voice is slow and even, the sound steady like distant water. Each number read is a small stone placed in a stream where it will settle into its appointed place. The reading is not urgent. The cadence is soft and predictable, offering reassurance that order is kept and care is constant. Shelves are arranged by theme, by size, by author, by occasion, or by a practical logic of use. There is room for learning and room for ritual. Each shelf breathes with its own slow rhythm. When a tablet is returned to its place, the hand moves with a ritual ease. The tablet rests against similar shapes, among neighbors with kindred content. This slow neighborliness helps the memory of the room remain coherent and calm, a slow landscape of ordered thought. Wooden boxes and woven baskets sit beneath the shelves, holding fragments and loose notes. They are gentle catchments for things that are not yet whole. A caretaker kneels, opens a box, and counts fragments with a soft patience. Small pieces are matched against lists, like matching shells on a shore. Each match is a quiet confirmation, a small nod to continuity. Where pieces cannot be matched, they are kept with their neighbors, given space and slow attention until a future hand might see the fit. Every record room has a rhythm of checking and reconciling. On certain days, keepers move through the aisles with small reeds and soft brushes. They lift tablets, dust them, and read the marks again, slowly, as if in a hushed conversation. They cross-reference lists, verifying that each name and number still belongs where it was placed. This steady routine keeps the collection breathing in a measured way, a long-lived habit that fosters tranquility and trust. The cataloging marks are simple, often only a single line, a thumbprint of system. Over time, catalog marks are layered in soft palimpsest. A tablet may bear an initial sign, then a later note, and then a careful number. Each addition is made with respect and with the soft restraint of hands that know the value of order. Reading these layers is like listening to a slow conversation across years. The mind slows and follows the gentle thread of recorded care. Shelves are sometimes rebalanced, moved a hand's breadth forward or back, adjusted for light and air. Caretakers Notice the angle of a tablet and make gentle changes. These adjustments are small and steady, mindful of preservation and of the ease of future readers. A slow adjustment may feel like tucking in a familiar friend. The motion is unhurried and precise, the care taken as if to steady a breath. Each small movement maintains a larger calm in the collection. Some tablets carry sewn tags, thin strings that loop and hang like small garlands. These strings hold notes of provenance or later annotations. When a string is touched, a handwritten list may be consulted. The string is both marker and memory, guiding a hand to particular documents. The slow handling of these strings and the quiet reading of associated notes are acts of gentle stewardship, a ritual that keeps the flow of knowledge steady and continuous. Rooms for storage are chosen for their even quiet and coolness. The walls absorb heat and release it slowly, cushioning the tablets against sharp change. Windows are small and placed where light enters softly, not as a glare, but as a patient companion to the day. The rooms hold a deep stillness, an atmosphere that invites slow reading and steady care. In such space, the act of checking a shelf becomes a meditation, a practiced motion that calms both hands and mind. Marks of repair are visible where necessary, small joins or thin slips of clay used to mend a break. These repairs are not hidden with haste, but are done with the mindful discipline of a craftsman who understands the stories within. Each repair becomes part of the tablet's life, recorded in a list, kept for future sight. The care of repairing is a slow, reverent act, an expression of continuity and trust that nothing is lost to neglect. The keeper's tools are simple and chosen for a gentle touch. Small brushes move along surfaces with deliberate care. Leather pads cushion delicate edges. Wooden spatulas slide under fragments to lift them without strain. These implements are used with a steady patience that mirrors the larger purpose of preservation. When tools are used, motions are drawn out and soft. The rhythm of tool upon clay is quiet and familiar, a steady metronome of attention. Inventory lists often carry more than numbers. They include small notes of condition and place. A caretaker may mark a line with a tiny sign that means needs mending or to be compared. These notes are modest and practical. They create a language of care. The lists become living documents that record not only what exists, but how it dwells in the present. Reading such a list is to be invited into a slow conversation that holds the past and its current needs together. The process of checking is steady and repetitive, meant to soothe more than to hurry. A hand removes a tablet, reads the marks aloud softly, compares with the list, and returns it in the same careful orientation. The motion is almost ritual, and the voice that reads is low and steady. Repetition brings comfort. Each repetition is a reaffirmation of order and memory. The rhythm of checking keeps the collection stable and the keepers calm. Shelves sometimes carry written guides, short notes that describe the logic of arrangement. These guides are clear and simple, so that any new pair of hands may move slowly through the order without confusion. They are written in patient strokes, placed where a reader can rest their eyes. The guides are gentle teachers that prevent haste and encourage steady practice. They support a continuity of method, allowing each caretaker to work within an established calm. A system of cross-references is part of the catalog. When one tablet speaks of another, a small note is placed in both places. These references knit the collection together. Reading a cross-reference is like following a small stream to its source. It asks the reader to slow and look where the path leads. The result is a connected, patient architecture of thought, where each sign and tablet knows its neighbors and rests in a quiet network of meaning. Shelves are sometimes numbered with simple tally marks or with short phrases. The numbers are subtle, never ostentatious. They offer a steady path through the space. A caretaker counts them softly, tracing a finger over the marks as though following a breath. The counting is slow and even. Where numbers change, a small note is made, and the numbers are adjusted with a careful hand. This gentle arithmetic keeps the collection aligned with the present moment. The catalog itself is often kept as a series of linked records, each referencing another, forming a long chain. A keeper opens one record and allows their eyes to move slowly along the linked notes. Each link is a held pause, a place to breathe and consider. The chain is not a trap, but a measured route through the accumulated words. It encourages deliberate pace and thoughtful observation, the kind that quiets hurriedness and invites restful attention. Tables for reading are placed between shelves, wide and low, inviting a person to slow down and spread tablets gently. A reader sits and works with a soft, even pace, often with a small lamp that glows with steady warmth. The work here is unhurried, and gestures are slow. Tablets are placed on calming mats, their edges cushioned against sudden contact. The table itself is a small stage for slow discovery, a place where attention is given the room it needs. Cataloging marks can be curious in their variety. Some are numerical, some are glyphic, others are simple signs agreed upon over years. This variety becomes a kind of gentle music in the room, different tones that nonetheless fit a shared rhythm. A keeper learns to read the variety as a single language of care. In reading, the mind unravels complexity into a slow pattern, and the heart relaxes with each recognizable sign. When a new tablet arrives, it is first washed of loose dust with a soft brush and placed on a padded tray. The first reading is slow and cautious. A keeper notes the content in a ledger, making a modest, calm entry. Then the tablet is given a place among kindred items. The initial act of cataloging is quiet and intentional, a small naming that brings the tablet into the long practice of ordered memory. Each arrival is welcomed with a patient attention. Records of loans and relocations are kept with the same care as the tablets themselves. When an object is moved for study or ritual, a small note is made in the ledger and in the shelf where it rested. The notes track the movement like gentle footsteps in the sand. They allow future hands to follow the path. This slow tracking preserves continuity and reduces worry. The ledger acts like a steady friend, always aware of where things have been placed. Sometimes a tablet is shelved out of sequence for a reason, perhaps to keep a fragile piece safe or to group a fragment with its related texts. When this happens, the deviation is noted in multiple places. The cross-reference keeps the larger map intact. The act of noting these exceptions is done carefully and without fuss. It is a small pause in the steady routine that returns the collection to coherence and ease. The caretakers are trained to speak in soft tones while within the stacks. Voices are low to avoid startling those who read or those who rest in the shelves. A low voice is less invasive and fits the slow rhythm of cataloging. When conversation occurs, it is measured and plain. Words move like soft stones across water, creating gentle ripples rather than sharp waves. This calm speech supports a steady attention to the work at hand. Labels are renewed when ink fades or when signs become unclear. The renewal is done with simple tools and slow strokes. New labels are placed alongside old, never to obliterate what came before. There is respect for the record of time. The act of renewal is a soft continuity, a way of keeping the present legible without erasing the past. It is a quiet respect for the layers of care that have accumulated. A slow calendar guides checks and updates. Certain days are kept for full inventories, others for spot checks. The calendar itself is a gentle scaffold. It allows the keepers to plan their attention in a steady way. Each marked day is approached calmly, like tending a familiar garden. The rhythm of the calendar ensures that no corner is forgotten, and that each tablet receives the occasional, careful eye. Small cards are sometimes tucked beside a tablet, short notations written in a tidy hand. These cards may hold translation hints, references to rituals, or notes about the tablet's physical state. They are unobtrusive and clear. A reader may lift a card to find a helpful point, then set it back. The cards act like soft notes in a song, guiding without intrusion. Their presence offers reassurance that knowledge is connected and held with care. Catalogers maintain a measured patience with fragmentary texts. When a tablet is incomplete, it is treated with kindness, given a place among similar fragments, and recorded with careful notes. The ledger documents the breaks and the possibilities. This practice acknowledges imperfection without judgment and holds a hopeful patience that a future hand may find a missing piece. Such patience is a calm companion in the archive. Shelves are sometimes cleared and rearranged when a new logic of order is adopted. The rearrangement is planned over weeks and executed with soft steps. Items are moved with care, cross-references updated, and labels changed. The change is slow and deliberate, never abrupt. Those who work in the space speak softly as they adjust, mindful of the care that order gives to memory. The rearrangement becomes a gentle renewal of the room's clarity. Certain tablets are set aside for teaching, placed on a lower shelf for students to handle under supervision. These are chosen partly for their sturdiness and partly for their instructive content. In training, students learn to read signs and to respect the flow of cataloging. Each lesson is gentle and paced to suit steady attention. The practice of teaching within the storage space reinforces the rhythms of care and invites new hands into the same slow system. The shelves themselves age gracefully. Wood darkens, joints settle, and small repairs are made with patient hands. The structure of the room is maintained with the same care given to its contents. A shelf that wobbles is steadied. A bracket is replaced with thoughtful attention. These acts of maintenance are quiet and understated, creating a continuity in which both the room and its objects can rest and be found. Lists are copied when ink fades, done with a modest steadiness. Copying is not hurried. The scribe traces each sign slowly, reading as they write, letting the rhythm of replication become a form of attentive meditation. In copying, the scribe learns the content anew and contributes to its preservation. The act of copying is an expression of patience and fidelity, where care is given to both form and meaning. There are small rituals for returning books to their places. A tablet is always aligned with its neighbors, its face turned to a common rhythm on the shelf. Hands take a moment to ensure straightness, as if aligning the breath. This small act of straightening brings a satisfying order to the eye and calms the mind. It is a gentle discipline that keeps the collection neat and harmonious. Catalog entries sometimes include brief stories about how a tablet came to join the collection. These stories are recorded in concise lines, a few tidy words that preserve a memory. They remind caretakers that each object has a life beyond the shelf. To read such a note is to feel a soft continuity between past hands and present ones. The stories are not loud. They are like a faint, comfortable hum beneath the hum of routine. When a new system is adopted, care is taken to translate older marks into the new logic. The process is gradual, done step by step, so nothing is lost. Each translated mark is recorded so that future readers can trace the evolution of order. This slow transformational work is a patient bridge between practices, ensuring that continuity is preserved even as methods change. The translation itself becomes a quiet exercise in fidelity. A clear path is kept between the rows, wide enough for two keepers to pass with small exchanges. The path is swept and kept free of clutter so that movement remains calm and untroubled. As keepers pass each other, they exchange a brief glance and a subtle nod, a recognition of shared attention. The path through the room is a steady artery of movement and focus, supporting the slow life of the collection. Cataloging sometimes requires consultation between keepers. Two voices may lean close, murmuring over a line in the ledger, comparing notes, and agreeing on a course. The consultation is slow and respectful. Each opinion is given space, and decisions are recorded for future sight. The collaborative practice builds a shared memory, binding the room's life with quiet consensus and steady care. Certain shelves are reserved for ceremonial texts, set apart with a simple marker. These shelves are approached with a slightly different ritual: a pair of cloth gloves, a small offering of incense, or a careful bow of the head. The handling remains slow and deliberate. The ceremonial shelf reminds everyone that some objects carry a soft reverence, and their cataloging reflects this gentle distinction without elevating it into spectacle. Occasionally, a tablet is moved into a protective box for long-term care. The box is lined and labeled and becomes a small chamber of quiet. The placement is recorded in multiple ledgers. The box may remain on a shelf, hidden within the ordered rows, but its presence is felt as an extra layer of care. The act of boxing is a slow reassurance that fragile memory will be tended with additional measures. Indices are compiled to help locate topics across different shelves. These indices are concise, listing keywords and simple directions. A reader follows an index entry like a slow footpath to another place. The indices reduce the need to hurry. They provide a calm map that invites thorough, unhurried exploration. A steady hand traces the index, and in doing so, it slows the mind to a more attentive pace. Cataloging is sometimes accompanied by quiet music, a low hum or a distant refrain, barely heard. The sound supports patience, encouraging the keepers to move at an even tempo. The music is unobtrusive, chosen to match the gentle rhythm of care. It is not distracting, but rather an oral companion that keeps breath even and hands measured, a soft reminder of the slow work of preservation. Small slips of paper are often used to mark points of interest, temporary guides that will later be replaced by formal entries. These slips are neat, written in a steady hand, and placed with modest respect. They serve as gentle prompts for future work. As tasks are completed, slips are removed and archived or discarded with care. The temporary nature of the slips is part of a longer, patient cycle of order. When tablets are grouped by subject, the grouping is often deliberate and reflective. This practice creates a quiet neighborhood of thought, where related texts can converse in soft proximity. The grouping helps readers find associative paths without haste. It also fosters a calm atmosphere where knowledge rests in a sympathetic arrangement. The act of grouping is like planting companion trees in a slow garden of words. Cataloging methods are taught with steady mentoring. A senior keeper shows a younger one the soft ways of moving, the right angle to hold a tablet, the order of ledger entries. Instruction is gentle and repetitive, built on practice rather than force. The mentor's voice is patient and even, guiding hands through the motions until they become a habit. Learning in this way ensures continuity and preserves the unhurried spirit of care. Every ledger is backed up by another copy kept in a separate place. Redundancy is not an act of panic, but of calm prudence. When one copy fades or is damaged, another remains to keep the path of knowledge open. This practice is a quiet vow to preservation. It allows keepers to sleep with a steady mind, knowing that the act of record keeping has been done with foresight and care. The act of rearranging is sometimes slow and poetic. A keeper may imagine the shelves as terraces and step back to see the flow. Adjustments are made with a sense of proportion, aligning widths and heights in a steady balance. The room takes on a quiet geometry that pleases the eye and eases the mind. This aesthetic attention is not frivolous, but a way to maintain serenity through gentle order. Cataloging is often punctuated by moments of small discovery, a phrase that clarifies, a fragment that completes a notion. These discoveries are celebrated quietly, noted in the ledger, and then gently placed back. The joy is calm and modest, shared in a soft tone. Each small insight is another reason to continue the patient work. The archive yields its secrets slowly, rewarding the steady reader with quiet satisfaction. Daily habits include a final evening walk through the stacks, a last check to ensure that labels are in place and that light is subdued. This walk is a ritual of closing, a slow sealing of the day's care. The keeper moves quietly, touching labels and straightening a spine here or there. The room replies with its soft hush. This habitual closure is a gentle assurance that tomorrow the work will resume in the same steady way. Some shelves are marked with dates of last review, discrete notches that remind future hands when a full check was last done. These dates are neutral, factual marks that support planning. A keeper glances at a date and knows when attention is due. Such marks help the community of caretakers share work across time. They are simple tools for a collaborative, unhurried stewardship of memory. There is a slow dignity to the act of cataloging. It honors the objects and the people who made them. Each ledger entry is a small waypoint in a long procession of care. The act of recording and placing is both practical and reverent. In it, the keeper practices a quiet respect, acknowledging impermanence while creating stability. The dignity of the work is its own gentle reward. Cataloging sometimes reveals traces of past caretakers, marginal notes, or small sketches made in lighter hands. These traces are not interference, but companionship across time. A keeper reads such marginalia and feels a soft connection to previous attention. The presence of these marks turns the room into a conversation across generations, each note a tender echo. The archive becomes a place where time folds back upon itself in a calm, steady way. Rules of handling are posted in plain script, simple reminders of gestures that preserve. Lift with 2 hands, a note might say, or keep away from direct flame. These gentle admonitions are spoken without severity, offered as guidance for kindness toward fragile things. They are words of care, intended to slow action and encourage thoughtfulness. The rules are part of the culture of patience that defines the space. Surfaces are wiped periodically with soft cloths, always in gentle motions. The cloth glides across the wood and clay, carrying away the faintest particles. The motion is repetitive and soothing. It creates a tactile rhythm that matches the work of reading and listing. The act of cleaning is quiet and meditative, a necessary maintenance, but also a small ritual of respect for the objects preserved. Catalogs are occasionally reorganized to reflect new understandings. These reorganizations are undertaken with deliberation and consultation, slowly unfolding over many small steps. The community discusses, tests, and adapts with care. The process is not rushed. It honors the intelligence of the holders and the needs of future readers. In this slow remodeling, the collection remains alive and responsive, while firmly anchored in its steady habit of care. Records of provenance are kept with tenderness, noting gifts, purchases, or the chance of discovery. These notes are concise and written with the soft clarity of someone who knows history is a fragile thread. The provenance entries offer context and stabilize meaning. Reading them is like being read to by a low, sure voice. The story they tell is calm and measured, embedding each object within a wider, gentle lineage. When storms or heat threaten, climate measures are enacted in quiet urgency, with only the softest of haste allowed. Tablets are moved to cooler places, boxes are closed, and the ledgers gain a brief flurry of activity. Even in such moments, the hands remain careful. The response is practiced and methodical, not panicked. Precautions are taken with a firm, specific calm that preserves rather than disturbs. Cataloging work is not a solitary task. A small community supports it, each member contributing steady skills. They coordinate lists and share responsibilities in soft conversations. The collaboration is organized but gentle, a set of shared rhythms that support a sustained attentiveness. This communal care is one of the archive's richest resources, a soft net of support that ensures continuity and calm. There are times when a tablet is chosen for public display, moved to a glass case where it rests under slow light. The movement is planned and carefully recorded. The case is labeled and its placement noted in the ledgers. Even in display, the tablet's life remains part of the ordered system. The act of showing is done with restraint and respect, a gentle sharing of knowledge that keeps the protective practices intact. Finally, there are moments of reflection when a keeper traverses the rows and contemplates the whole collection. The sight of countless tablets, each held with care, evokes a soft sense of stewardship. The keeper breathes slowly and continues their gentle rounds, confident in the system of labels, lists, and steady hands that hold memory. The room remains a place of ordered calm, where cataloging and storage are practiced as a long, patient art.